Chapter 1820, Upgrading Silverwing Town. An advanced smithy? Melancholic smile could not help her surprise when she saw the description of the design Xiaofan took out. At this point in time, she was quite knowledgeable about advanced constructions. Every advanced construction had functions that far surpassed their basic counterparts. Moreover, they had their own specialties. However, designs for advanced constructions were extremely difficult to acquire. Although Melancholic Smile was initially excited at the identity of the design, seeing the materials and space needed to construct the advanced smithy dampened her mood quickly. The advanced smithy required not only 2,000 pieces of extremely valuable mana ore but also 1,000 advanced magic cores and 500 earth fire crystals. The mana ore required wasn't too much of a problem, as Zero Wing had collected quite an amount during this period. As for the advanced magic core, it was a rare material that could be obtained only from the bosses of level 50 and above team dungeons. However, the drop rate wasn't 100%, so it was extremely valuable. On the market, one advanced magic core sold for 5 gold. 1,000 advanced magic cores would mean 5,000 gold. As for the earth fire crystal, it was even more valuable, as it could be acquired only in the fields, particularly mountainous regions with fiery environments. It was one of the main materials needed to produce high-ranking fire resistance equipment. Although the market value of earth fire crystal was roughly 5 gold, due to its rarity and the demand, it was almost impossible to find large quantities of earth fire crystal for sale. Currently, Zero Wing had only a little over 600 earth fire crystals stockpiled. Spending 500 crystals in one go would deplete the guild's inventory. Aside from the 3 aforementioned materials, the advanced smithy also needed 10,000 magic crystals to construct. The total cost of its construction came to roughly 30,000 gold. Currently, Zero Wing was developing rapidly and needed to spend money on various fronts. If not for Zero Wing City, the guild wouldn't have been able to keep up with its expenditures. Hence, spending 30,000 gold's worth of rare materials to construct an advanced smithy truly wasn't a wise course of action. However, before Melancholic Smile could try to dissuade Xiaofan, he had already distributed the tasks to the advanced architects. He even had the necessary materials prepared already. All the 50 advanced architects needed to do was build the structure. Although Zero Wing's main force had suffered some casualties and lost 20-odd pieces of equipment in the battle with the 2 Dark Adventurer teams, the spoils of war they gained were far more valuable. The members of Dark Hunters and Shadow Claw were experts among experts. They were all geared in excellent equipment that was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's. However, while the quality of the equipment Zero Wing looted was indeed slightly inferior to the equipment it lost, the quantity easily made up for the poorer quality. In total, Zero Wing had gained over 400 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment and 60+ pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment. After deducting the compensations and rewards given out, Zero Wing had still netted more than 10,000 gold from that single battle. However, even if one had 10,000 gold, they would be hard-pressed to acquire so many pieces of up-to-date top-tier equipment. Although the profits from this battle were not enough to cover the construction cost of the advanced smithy served a great purpose. As an advanced construction, it could elevate the prosperity and popularity of a town by a significant margin. At this point, Silverwing Town already possessed sufficient basic constructions and security to get upgraded into an intermediate town. Now, it just had to accumulate sufficient popularity and prosperity. However, constructing the advanced smithy wasn't an easy task. Aside from advanced architects, it needed one player capable of drawing advanced magic arrays because the advanced smithy required the inscription of many magic arrays. For the following period, Xiaofan could be seen busily inscribing magic arrays onto the constructed walls and floors of the advanced smithy. Someone looking at Silverwing Town from some distance away would notice that a section of the town's outer area had suddenly been cordoned off and something big was under construction there. This situation immediately attracted the attention of many resting players. Nowadays, Silverwing Town had already become the most popular town in the Orc Empire. Many guild players seeking to grind in the Orc Empire or raid the teleportation war fortresses chose to rest in Silverwing Town. Even though the war fortresses in question were very far away from Silverwing Town, players still chose Silverwing Town over other guild towns in the Orc Empire. One reason for this was the EXP buff that players could accumulate by resting in Silverwing Town, which would help greatly in leveling up. Another reason was the battle arena in the town. However, contrary to expectations, the high mana environment of Silverwing Town wasn't the reason why its battle arena was popular. Instead, the main reason for its popularity was the fact that the town was now a hub for players originating from various kingdoms and empires. Due to this situation, experts from different countries could spar with each other. Being able to spar with a large number of different experts of the same combat standard was a tremendous benefit for experts seeking to improve themselves. Now that Silverwing Town had already become the #1 town in the Orc Empire, if not for the limited space, its player population could easily exceed 1,500,000. Damn! Silverwing Town is already crowded enough, yet Zero Wing is actually wasting such a large, empty space on another building. That's right. With the number of buildings in the town continuously increasing, the number of players the town can accommodate will keep declining. I'm not even sure if I can squeeze my way into the town tomorrow. The players resting in a nearby bar could not help but frown when they saw the stadium-sized structure under construction. There were simply too many players trying to enter Silverwing Town right now. To make sure Silverwing Town operated normally, Zero Wing had made it so that players who weren't Zero Wing members could stay in Silverwing Town for only 10 hours a day. If players refused to leave the town once their allocated time was up, the NPC soldiers would either forcibly remove them from the town or outright kill them. Yet, despite this restriction, Silverwing Town was still packed all day round. At this point, Zero Wing had limited the number of players allowed inside the town at one time to just 800,000. If latecomers wished to enter the town, they would have to wait for someone to exit it. Hence, as more buildings rose in the empty spaces in town, the number of players allowed in would be reduced. Time passed quickly. When Xiaofan finished inscribing the last magic array, 8 hours had already elapsed. The 50 advanced architects had taken only 4 hours to construct the physical structure of the advanced smithy. It's finally done. Xiaofan sighed ruefully as he looked at the completed advanced smithy. Although the smithy had only 3 floors in total, it was over 20 meters in height. The advanced smithy before him was definitely a cut above basic smithies, which were only 4 meters in height. This was something that could be seen from the building's external appearance alone. However, the inside of the building was even more amazing. As Xiaofan had personally inscribed every magic array, he had a general idea of the magic array's abilities. The advanced smithy could not only repair and produce custom-made weapons and equipment but also break down weapons and equipment and return to players some materials used to make those items. Players could then use the reclaimed materials for new weapons and equipment. Although the recovery rate wasn't very high, it was still better than selling obsolete items to NPCs. If he revealed this ability, countless players would definitely swarm to the advanced smithy to break down their obsolete weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Zero Wing could charge a small fee for the service. Good. Let's get it running now. Xiaofan then called up the advanced smithy system interface and chose to open the building to the public. In the next moment, the magic curtain surrounding the construction site disappeared, exposing the massive building to the public. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered Xiaofan's ears. System: Silverwing Town's popularity and security have fulfilled the requirements of an intermediate town. Do you wish to upgrade Silverwing Town? Wonderful. Just as I expected. Xiaofan could not help feeling joyful when he heard the system notification. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time now. He immediately chose to upgrade Silverwing Town. Chapter 1821, Crimson Flame Fortress. A series of system notifications assaulted Xiaofan's hearing after he chose to upgrade Silverwing Town. Orc Empire Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Silverwing Town for becoming the first intermediate town in a neutral map. Rewarding 10,000 town popularity points and 1 caravan guard order. Silverwing Town Region System Announcement. Silverwing Town will undergo a promotion. All players will be teleported out of the town in 1 minute. Silverwing Town Region System Announcement. Silverwing Town's promotion will take 30 minutes. Please wait patiently until it is complete. The system announcements repeated 3 times, echoing in players' ears in their respective regions. What? A promotion? They're already upgrading Silverwing Town? How did Zero Wing do it? Amazing! Once the town is upgraded, we'll have a much easier time getting in. For a time, Silverwing Town's players were in an uproar over the sudden promotion. As for the various large guilds' upper echelons, they wore solemn expressions when they received a report on this matter. The fat piece of meat that was Silverwing Town had already been tempting to the various major powers, and they had been trying to find a way to claim it for themselves, but the improvement speed of the town's defenses was simply absurd. The NPC soldiers the town had recruited were also becoming increasingly powerful. Including the 5 magic towers, none of these superpowers felt powerful enough to capture Silverwing Town. Hence, they decided to continue accumulating their strength for now. However, Silverwing Town's promotion to an intermediate town was a huge problem. Not only would Silverwing Town be able to construct more defensive structures, but the number of NPC soldiers it could hire had also increased from 1,000 to 2,000. That would effectively double the town's defensive capabilities. In terms of basic attributes, NPC soldiers were far superior to players. In addition, Silverwing Town soldiers were more than 10 levels higher than current players. If players wished to deal with these NPCs, they would have to employ Zerg tactics. Now that the town had twice as many NPC soldiers to protect it, they would need at least twice the manpower to defeat these NPCs, making Silverwing Town even more difficult to capture. Shortly after the system announcements, the players in Silverwing Town were all teleported a considerable distance away. However, instead of leaving the area, the teleported players stood outside of the town. In fact, players who grinded in the Orc Empire hurried to join the crowd. Meanwhile, news of Silverwing Town's promotion quickly spread to the various superpowers. Zero Wing is impressively efficient. It's a pity that there is no longer a point in upgrading Silverwing Town, Yuan Tiexin said, sighing slightly when he read the report he had just received. Uncle Yuan, now that Silverwing Town has been upgraded to an intermediate town, it will be able to accommodate more players and increase Zero Wing's income by multiple times. Why would that be pointless? Purple Jade asked curiously. I guess it's expected that you don't know. Yesterday, I received news stating that 9 Dragons Emperor has secretly joined hands with Blackwater and Beast Emperor and they are preparing to raid the Orc Empire's Crimson Flame Fortress, Yuan Tiexin said. The Crimson Flame Fortress is located in the Orc Empire's inner region and on one of the safer paths to the Orc capital city. In addition, the fortress offers teleportation services. Once the Crimson Flame Fortress has been captured, it'll generate massive profits for the 3 involved parties. It'll also allow them to raid the Orc capital city far more quickly. What? That's the Crimson Flame Fortress. Based on our investigations, its raid difficulty ranks among the top 5 teleportation war fortresses in the Empire. It is too difficult for current players to raid, and on top of that, dark players will definitely try to interfere. Do they really dare to raid the Crimson Flame Fortress? The news astonished Purple Jade. There were countless orcs inside the Crimson Flame Fortress, and the lowest leveled among them was level 60, with the highest leveled orcs being level 75. Furthermore, the fortress was protected by many war weapons and mythic orcs. That is exactly why 9 Dragons Emperor and Blackwater are working with Beast Emperor. Based on what we know so far, Beast Emperor will guard the battlefield with his evil beast army. Meanwhile, Blackwater and 9 Dragon Emperor's armies will be responsible for sieging the fortress. With the evil beast army in their way, the dark guilds and dark players won't try to interfere, Yuan Tiexin explained. Once they capture Crimson Flame Fortress, Silverwing Town's status in the Orc Empire will become quite awkward. Thus far, the secret pavilion had only conducted a preliminary investigation on the regional dungeon, Orc Capital City. Even so, the resources they had discovered had far exceeded their expectations. Not only did the regional dungeon offer a large number of magic crystals, but players would also level 50% faster if they grinded in the area. Most importantly, the Orc Capital City, an intermediate city, could be captured. If one captured this intermediate city, they would earn just as much profit as the secret pavilion's magic crystal vein earned. Moreover, they wouldn't need to station a large force of players to protect the city long-term. If Blackwater and 9 Dragons Emperor acquired the Orc Capital City, with the wealth of resources they earned through the city, they could easily destroy Silverwing Town. The two entities might even be able to threaten Zero Wing's safety in Star Moon Kingdom. This was because Beast Emperor bore an irreconcilable vengeance against Zero Wing. Setting aside the fact that Beast Emperor had a significant portion of his foundation within Star Moon Kingdom and would need to take over the kingdom to further his development, the secret pavilion had recently learned that of the 5 precious evil god apostle slots Beast Emperor had, Xiaofan had destroyed 2. This loss had severely impacted Beast Emperor's development. If Beast Emperor got his hands on the Orc Capital City's resources, he'd have a good chance of taking over Star Moon Kingdom and yanking Zero Wing out of the game by its roots. Uncle Yuan, why don't we notify Zero Wing? Purple Jade asked. Forget it. Even if Zero Wing found out, there is nothing it can do. Although Zero Wing's main force had displayed outstanding combat power in the Eclipse Gate, this revelation will not change Zero Wing's situation. While Zero Wing is fully capable of defending its territory, it simply doesn't have enough forces to launch an offensive assault on Beast Emperor. This is also the greatest problem that upstart powers with little to no background normally face, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. Had Zero Wing agreed to partner with us, they might have been able to stop Beast Emperor's group. However, with Zero Wing's current forces, even if they gain the full support of Phoenix Rain, Beast Emperor is impossible to stop. In God's domain, many upstart powers rose to prominence every day, but these powers had a fatal flaw: they were ignorant of greater powers. They all deemed themselves capable of rivaling true superpowers. Although Zero Wing was superior to most of the up-and-coming powers in God's domain, it wouldn't be easy for the guild to become a true superpower. There would be plenty of other powers trying to use Zero Wing as a stepping stone and rise to prominence themselves. Meanwhile, in the Orc Empire's Silverwing Town. After a half-an-hour wait, the recently promoted Silverwing Town appeared before the crowd. Silverwing Town now occupied twice as much space as the old version. It was also much closer to the primordial divine ruin, which was now within range of the town's magic towers. Since the town was in a neutral map, Silverwing Town's walls had grown taller, as well. Now, they were 7 meters tall. Divine runes had been carved into the walls, preventing players from vaulting over and enhancing the wall's defense. Guild leader, look! Even the town's buildings have changed. They look nothing like they did before. Melancholic Smile could not help but gape in shock as she looked at the tall buildings in the distance. Every building in the town had grown considerably taller. It was evident that the buildings had been upgraded as well. Rather than a town, Silverwing Town looked like a basic city. Emicham. Have everyone prepare to reopen Silverwing Town to the public, Xiaofan said, nodding. He had spared no expense in outfitting Silverwing Town with the most extravagant buildings he could afford precisely for this moment. This was also Neutral Town's secret. Chapter 1822, Town Opening. Silverwing Town. Under Xiaofan's command, it took less than 20 minutes to complete the preparation work for Silverwing Town's reopening. Moreover, thanks to the reserve NPC guards Magic King Craig Midlands had prepared beforehand and the large number of NPCs that had come looking for work after the town's promotion completed, they had quickly filled the additional 1,000 NPC soldier slots Silverwing Town had gained. Craig Midlands himself had inspected all 1,000 of these new NPC soldiers. Due to Silverwing Town's steady development, not only had more NPCs arrived to apply for a soldier position, but higher quality NPCs had applied. Normally, when a basic town was upgraded to an intermediate town, it would struggle to fill the additional 1,000 soldier slots within a short time. The town would be fortunate to recruit around 300 Tier 1 NPCs and a dozen Tier 2 NPCs during the first week after the town's promotion. Most NPCs that applied were only elite rank. The town would slowly have to accumulate, nurture, or replace its NPC soldiers to increase the number of Tier 2 NPC soldiers it had. Yet, due to Craig Midlands' fame, over 3,000 NPCs had applied to work for Silverwing Town as soon as the promotion was complete. Including the 300 Tier 1 NPCs Craig Midlands had kept on reserve, it took no time for Silverwing Town to recruit 1,000 NPCs. Among the NPCs recruited, over 100 were Tier 2 NPCs, with the rest being Tier 1 NPCs. Normally, an intermediate town would need around 2 weeks to accumulate 100 Tier 2 NPCs. More Tier 2 NPCs would only show up and apply to work for the town after it increased its popularity. After all, Tier 2 NPCs were not abundant in God's domain. Even Zero Wing City only had a little over 2,000 Tier 2 NPC soldiers thus far, while the rest were Tier 1 NPCs. However, although Silverwing Town had plenty of high-quality NPC soldiers, Zero Wing had spent over 20,000 gold to outfit these NPCs with proper weapons and equipment. In God's domain, NPC soldiers did not come with their own items. Like players, they had to be armed. This was an important factor in strengthening a town's defenses. Of course, some NPCs would bring their own weapons and equipment when applying to become soldiers, but their items were usually low quality. They were much weaker than the standardized weapons and equipment the system provided. Naturally, the combat power these NPCs would be able to display would depend on the quality of their weapons and equipment. For example, an NPC with bronze equipment and an NPC in mysterious iron equipment would have around a 20% difference in combat power. While 20% might not seem like much to players, but it was a lot for NPCs, who possessed much higher basic attributes. When Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City had been constructed, Zero Wing had lacked funds. Xiaofan had only been able to outfit his NPC soldiers with the cheapest bronze weapons and equipment available. He had only started to upgrade the NPC's gear after the guild had money to spare. A large fraction of the investments needed to develop a town had to be spent on the NPC soldiers' weapons and equipment. In addition, these weapons and equipment needed regular repairs, which would also cost a considerable amount of money. These reasons were why most of the various large guilds avoided owning too many towns. This even held true for the various superpowers. Although the superpowers occupied many towns, they would not arm every one of them to the teeth. Instead, they would focus on developing a few select towns. However, arming the NPC soldiers with better items was why many first-rate guilds' headquarters were able to withstand sieges from super first-rate and super guilds. The longer a town developed, the stronger the NPC soldiers guarding it would become. When fully equipped with top-tier equipment, NPC soldiers could even contend with players of a higher tier. Fortunately, with the exception of some extremely powerful top-tier equipment, the majority of the weapons and equipment NPC soldiers used could be purchased from the system with coins. There was no need for players to invest time and effort into farming weapons and equipment. Hence, Xiaofan had spent over 20,000 gold to arm the newly recruited NPCs. A full set of level 50 to 100 bronze equipment would cost 2 gold coins. This was extremely cheap compared to players' equipment. However, as equipment quality increased, so did the price. Level 50 to 100 mysterious iron equipment cost 10 gold per set, while secret silver equipment cost 100 gold, fine gold equipment cost 600 gold, dark gold equipment cost 1,500 gold, and epic equipment cost 6,000 gold per set. With how many NPC soldiers a town had, it was no exaggeration to say that a town's development was a bottomless pit financially. For Silverwing Town, Xiaofan had decided to arm the Tier 2 NPCs with secret silver equipment and Tier 1 NPCs with mysterious iron equipment. Although Zero Wing had earned a lot of funding through Zero Wing City and Stone Forest Town, Xiaofan planned to invest the majority of that money in the Lost Town. The Lost Town was, after all, far more important and valuable than Silverwing Town. Guild Leader, we have assigned duties to all of our NPC soldiers. Should we open the town now? Aqua Rose asked, smiling. She looked at the rows of WH-equipped NPCs before her. Due to their continuous investment in Silverwing Town, these NPC soldiers had far better equipment than those in Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City. Among the initial 1,000 NPC soldiers, over 100 Tier 2 NPCs wore fine gold equipment, while the remaining NPCs wore secret silver equipment. This was unimaginable for other guilds. Normally, other guilds would, at most, arm their NPC soldiers with mysterious iron equipment, spending the majority of their money on building the town's infrastructure. Alright, let's open the gates. Xiaofan said, nodding. Oh, right. Guild Leader, should we limit the number of visitors? Aqua Rose asked. Although Silverwing Town can accommodate far more people now, for the sake of the NPC merchants, it's best if we set a limit. Let's set it at 1,500,000 players, Xiaofan said after giving the matter some thought. We're letting so few people in. Aqua Rose was somewhat confused. After the upgrade, Silverwing Town occupied twice as much space. Even if they allowed 2 million players in, the town would, at most, be as crowded as it had been as a basic town. That's quite a lot already, actually. Xiaofan could not help but laugh at Aqua Rose's greed. Moreover, Silverwing Town isn't just meant for players. We need to leave some space for NPCs. Leave space for NPCs? Aqua Rose's confusion grew after listening to Xiaofan's explanation. In any case, open the town to the public. You'll understand what I mean in a moment, Xiaofan said as he gazed at the anxious crowd outside of the town. He did not bother to explain further. In God's domain, while players were important to a guild town's development, NPCs were equally important, but in a neutral map, NPCs were even more so. This was because NPCs could increase a town's popularity. Most importantly, they could create opportunities that would allow some players to get rich overnight or instantly become peak experts. However, players had only discovered this later in the game. Xiaofan had to focus on preparing for that inevitability now. This was especially true now that he had the Caravan Guard order. Aqua Rose said nothing more after receiving Xiaofan's order. Immediately, she had some guild members gather at the town's entrance and open the gates. When the town finally reopened, a swarm of players surged into Silverwing Town. When these players saw the various buildings inside the town's walls, they were stupefied. Is this really Silverwing Town? Crap. This is too extravagant. This place can rival a small NPC city. Everyone exclaimed in shock when they saw the town's tall buildings. Quick, come over here and take a look. There's a 5-story tall smithy. Amazing. What kind of smithy is this? It's actually run by NPC master forgers. We can place custom orders and break down our old weapons and equipment here. Even if I never raid team dungeons, I can now get my hands on top-tier equipment. Stop dreaming. Didn't you see the price for custom-made items? You also have to provide the required materials. It's still better than having no access to top-tier weapons and equipment. Look, you can even order level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment. Do you think the various large guilds would sell level 50 dark gold equipment to independent players like us? When the independent players discovered the advanced smithy's abilities, they went crazy with excitement. The services even tempted quite a few guild players. While the players in Silverwing Town discussed the advanced smithy, Xiaofan paid a visit to Star Moon Kingdom's Star Moon City. When he arrived, Xiaofan made his way towards the headquarters of the kingdom's Adventurers Association. Lord Protector, how may I be of service? Elk, an NPC senior administrator, respectfully asked as he approached Xiaofan. I wish to commission the association to set up a trade route to Silverwing Town, Xiaofan stated as he took out a token made of black iron. This token was none other than the Caravan Guard Order. Chapter 1823, Setting up a Trade Route. Setting up a trade route? Senior Administrator Elk was surprised when he saw the black iron token in Xiaofang's hand. He then warned Xiaofan, Lord Protector, although you have a Caravan Guard Order and indeed qualify to set up a trade route to a town, I must warn you that it is not such an easy task. The cost involved is astronomical. Moreover, since you are setting up a trade route to Star Moon Kingdom's capital city, not only will the cost be much higher, but the risks are also significant. If you abandon the operation before it is complete, this Caravan Guard Order will become useless. I understand. However, I am confident in securing a trade route to Silverwing Town, Xiaofan said, nodding. He knew what it meant to set up a trade route. After all, he had done so many times during his previous life. If a guild town wanted to become more attractive to NPC merchants and increase the town's development speed, it had to have trade routes. Once the trade routes were in place, the town would acquire another benefit. The town in question would gain priority over rare items that NPC merchants transported. In addition, NPC merchants that used the trade route would pay the town a usage fee. While these privileges might not seem like much, they would become a neutral town's main income source before it became a city. As a town's popularity increased, more NPC merchants would visit it. Even ordinary NPCs that used the trade routes would have to pay a usage fee. The trade route would become a safe path to the town and would include high-tiered NPCs to escort visiting and departing NPCs. Not even level 100 players would dare to ambush such a trade route. Although the usage fee was only 80 coppers per NPC, if 100,000 NPCs used the trade route each day, the trade route would generate 800 gold each day. Moreover, this was only one trade route. As the ruling guild set up more trade routes, the town would generate more income. However, players could only set up trade routes for neutral towns. This function was not available for guild towns in kingdoms and empires. This function was only available to intermediate towns and above, as well. In addition, the number of NPCs that visited a guild town via the trade route would depend on the NPC city the town was connected to. The more prosperous the NPC city was, the more NPC visitors a guild town would see. If players set up a trade route to a capital city, it was almost guaranteed that their guild town would see 100,000 to 200,000 visiting NPCs every day. If the trade route were connected to an ordinary NPC city, the town would only receive around 20,000 to 50,000 NPCs. However, the more prosperous an NPC city was, the more difficult it would be to set up a trade route. Aside from a revenue source, trade routes were a good method for players to acquire rare resources. Not all of an NPC merchant caravan's goods were available to players. A considerable portion would be reserved for other NPCs. Normally, players weren't allowed to purchase these items, but if a guild town had priority over NPC merchants' goods, not only would the town's owner have access to rare items for players, but they'd also have access to NPC-reserved items. Many of the NPC-reserved items were materials that were very difficult to purchase via the player market. Sometimes, NPCs even sold large quantities of magic crystals. Only, they cost significantly more than the market price. Even so, this was a valuable opportunity for guilds. While it was easy to convert magic crystals into coins, the opposite wasn't. This was especially true with a large stock of magic crystals. However, NPCs were different from players. NPCs had a much easier time acquiring magic crystals because NPCs occupied most ore veins that were capable of producing magic crystals and within kingdoms and empires' borders. It was fairly normal to find NPCs who sold magic crystals carrying a stock of 5,000 to 10,000. On the other hand, one would be hard-pressed to purchase 5,000 to 10,000 magic crystals from players. NPC merchants occasionally sold rare advanced designs, as well. Although these designs would similarly be overpriced, their rarity made the cost worth it. After all, it was almost impossible to purchase advanced designs from other players. If one were extremely lucky, they could even find NPC merchants that sold fragmented legendary items or clues leading to such treasures. Although such occurrences were ridiculously rare, based on player-collected statistics, the more NPCs merchants that visited a guild town, the higher the ruling guild's chances were of finding an NPC that carried such items and clues. Naturally, every clue that led to a fragmented legendary item was extremely valuable. Since there was a possibility to acquire fragmented legendary items, Xiaofan wouldn't miss the opportunity. Since players in the past hadn't often spoken about how they had acquired their fragmented legendary items, Xiaofan knew very few methods to do so. In fact, most players wouldn't even reveal the fact that they owned a fragmented legendary item. Hence, Xiaofan only knew about the relatively famous fragmented legendary items. However, the methods of acquiring those items were incredibly demanding, so he couldn't hunt them down at this stage of the game. Since you understand the risks involved, that is fine. If you wish to set up a trade route to Silverwing Town, it will cost you a base fee of 10,000 gold and 5,000 magic crystals. As you possess an ordinary caravan guard order, you are only allowed to form a 100-man team. The team will require a minimum of one advanced magician to carve magic arrays on the route to repel monsters, Senior Administrator Elk explained. Lord Protector, may I know if you will need me to introduce you to some mercenaries to accompany on your journey? Of course, Xiaofan said, nodding. The Caravan Guard Order was a trigger to activate the special quest for setting up a trade route. While Xiaofan could rely on players to complete this quest, he could also enlist the help of the Adventurers Association's mercenaries. At this stage of the game, NPC mercenaries were undoubtedly much stronger than players. Hence, players that acquired a Caravan Guard Order at this stage of the game would generally hire mercenaries to aid them. Unfortunately, the price was quite high. In the past, some guilds had tried to save money, confident that their members would be strong enough to handle the task. However, while Zero Wing's main force was very powerful, the trade route he wanted to establish required crossing the border into the Ore Empire. When establishing a trade route, the system would occasionally send monsters to interfere. These monsters would be 15 levels higher than the local monsters, and many of the Ore Empire's monsters were level 60 or higher. In that case, the interfering monsters would be level 75 and above once he entered the Empire. These monsters were too high of a level for Zero Wing's main force members at this time, so they weren't suitable for this quest. Alright. Here is a list of mercenaries willing to undergo this challenge with you, Lord Protector, Elk said before handing Xiaofan a list. The quest to set up a trade route was very special and very dangerous. Players couldn't simply hire whatever NPC mercenaries they wished. The available mercenaries would depend on the player's status in the Adventurers Association. The higher one's status was, the more NPC mercenaries they could choose from for the operation. Amazing! 4-star treatment in the Adventurers Association is really a great help when setting up a trade route. Xiaofan could not help his surprise when he read the list. During his previous life, he had only been able to recruit 3-star, Tier 2 NPCs at best. As a result, he had struggled to set up trade routes for Shadow's neutral towns. Now, however, even 2-star, Tier 3 NPCs had applied to join his quest, not to mention 3-star, Tier 2 NPCs. He had to admit that the Spirit Slayer advanced title came with some awesome benefits. Without hesitation, Xiaofan spent over 15,000 gold to hire 97 mercenaries, spending almost every coin he had on hand. The weakest mercenaries he hired were level 80, 3-star, Tier 2 NPCs, with the strongest being level 83, 2-star, Tier 3 NPCs. Overall, his team had 15 Tier 3 NPCs. After Xiaofan handled the necessary procedures and learned how to draw the necessary advanced magic array, he summoned the level 85 Anna and level 83 Kite. With 97 other NPCs in tow, he grandly departed Starmoon City, riding secret silver transport carriages. The secret silver transport carriages were an extraordinary sight to behold. 5-meter-tall lightning-horned earth dragons pulled the carriages behind them. The earth dragons themselves were great lords, and watching the caravan move down the city streets was spectacular. What's going on? Is the city hosting some kind of event? That's not it. Look! The lead transport carriage's driver is a player. Could this be a player-triggered event? That player is wearing Zero Wing's guild emblem. Zero Wing is so awesome. It can actually produce such powerful carriages? Crap. There are over 10 Tier 3 NPCs in the caravan. This is ridiculous. Chapter 1824, Strong Legion. Shortly after the 10 secret silver transport carriages being pulled by lightning-horned earth dragons appeared on the streets of Starmoon City, the sight quickly sent the entire city into an uproar. The adventurer teams that made a living by delivering items were green with envy as they looked at the transport carriages. Transport carriages might not seem particularly important in the game right now, as players could simply store items inside their bag spaces and teleport to other cities. However, as players reached higher levels, transport carriages would become increasingly relevant. The number of items that could not be stored inside players' bag space would increase as players progressed further into the game. Such non-bag space items were extremely valuable, and the only way to transport them was via transport carriages. Meanwhile, the adventurer teams could purchase only horse-drawn transport carriages. On the other hand, the secret silver transport carriages had great lord-ranked lightning-horned earth dragons pulling them. There was simply no comparison between the two. Just the aura of the earth dragons was enough to scare away the mobs one would normally come across out in the fields. Not to mention, the transport carriage itself was like a huge house. One could easily imagine how many non-bag space items the transport carriage could store in such a huge transport carriage. As expected of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. I wonder when our adventurer team will be able to obtain a transport carriage like that? That's right. If we have a transport carriage like that, we can earn over 10 gold per delivery trip. The adventurer team members seated on the advanced transport carriages parked along the streets cast covetous looks at the lightning-horned earth dragons. Currently, the minimum price in the delivery business for transporting a non-bag space item was 1 silver coin. The price scaled up depending on the distance traveled. Meanwhile, the adventurer team members estimated that the secret silver transport carriage could carry over 100 non-bag space items. This assumption was because the advanced transport carriages they owned were only the size of an ordinary horse carriage but could already carry a maximum of 60 non-bag space items. No matter how they looked at it, the house-sized transport carriages should be capable of transporting at least 100 non-bag space items. Only Xiaofan knew that the value of the secret silver transport carriage was actually not the slightest bit inferior to a secret silver speedboat. The secret silver transport carriage could carry 350 non-bag space items and 30,000 bag space items. The 10 transport carriages lent to him this time were meant to convey the materials needed to carve special magic arrays. Each of these materials took up one non-bag space slot. Moreover, in terms of speed, the lightning-horned earth dragons were superior to even dark gold mounts. While the players on the streets were talking about the secret silver transport carriages, the lightning-horned earth dragons took only a few seconds to disappear from everyone's sight as they galloped toward the city's main gate. Although some members of large guilds tried to follow Xiaofan and investigate his actions, their mysterious iron mounts could only eat the earth dragon's dust as they watched the secret silver transport carriages disappear from view. Sure enough, secret silver transport carriages are really fast. If Zero Wing can acquire one, transporting diamond wood and 7 luminaries crystals on land would be a lot easier. Xiaofan could not help but be astonished as he looked at the scenery rapidly flashing by. If a transport carriage possessed such speed, even robbing it would become a very tough proposition. However, during his previous life, first-rate guilds would be very fortunate if they could acquire even bronze transport carriages, let alone secret silver transport carriages. After traveling for about half an hour, Xiaofan arrived at a crossroads. He then stopped the caravan and had all the NPCs stand guard. Someone traveling from Starmoon City to Silverwing Town on a dark gold mount wouldn't be able to complete the journey even after traveling continuously for 5 or 6 days. Not to mention, one would have to cross many high-level regions during the journey. Fortunately, he was only setting up a trade route, so he didn't need to travel its entire length. All he had to do was connect some trade routes that previously were unconnected. By doing so, he would be able to bypass a few high-level regions and carve out a trade route to Silverwing Town that would come across monsters no higher than level 80. If this task were left to a first-timer, creating such a safe path without several days' worth of research would be impossible, due to a lack of familiarity with the existing trade routes of Starmoon Kingdom. Xiaofan, however, knew the trade routes present within the kingdom like the back of his hand. After all, back when he was serving as Shadow's guild leader, he had been the one responsible for setting up the majority of the trade routes owned by Shadow. Hence, he was well aware of which existing trade routes would get him from Starmoon City to the borders of the Orc Empire safely and swiftly. Xiaofan spent about 10 minutes to carve out a magic array in the middle of the crossroads. When he activated the magic array, a blue ripple spread out from the magic array and stopped only after covering a 30,000-yard radius. The monsters close to the crossroads immediately started distancing themselves from it. After a short moment, a safe path was established between the route he currently stood on and a nearby trade route. After completing this task, he led his caravan toward the nearest NPC town. He then used the teleportation array there to travel to another NPC town and continued connecting other independent trade routes. Throughout his journey, he caused quite a commotion across the entire Starmoon Kingdom. The various major powers based within the kingdom grew restless and confused at Xiaofan's actions, unable to figure out what Zero Wing was trying to do. After running around for a day or so, Xiaofan successfully created a new trade route that connected Starmoon City and the border between Starmoon Kingdom and the Orc Empire. For the remainder of the trade route, due to the absence of existing trade routes within the Orc Empire, Xiaofan had no choice but to create an entirely new one by himself. When the various guild players grinding and questing in the Orc Empire's outer area saw the secret silver transport carriages approaching, they involuntarily gaped in shock. Compared to the lightning-horned earth dragons pulling the transport carriages, the level 60 orcs trying to stop the carriages were nothing more than jokes. The earth dragons sent every orc that stood in their path flying with a single headbutt. In the end, the lightning-horned earth dragons took only a brief moment to break through the blockade of several thousand orcs. Then, after reaching an empty section of the road, the convoy of carriages suddenly came to a halt. In the next moment, level 70+ orcs and monsters appeared out of nowhere and charged at the cloaked man that just alighted from the lead carriage. The man was sporting a six-winged emblem. As the orcs and monsters closed in on the man, groups of NPCs got off the other carriages and took up a defensive formation. These NPCs were all level 80 and above, and even the weakest among them was tier 2. Despite facing an army of several thousand monsters, these NPCs remained steadfast as they defended the cloaked man. Meanwhile, the dozen or so tier 3 NPCs fighting in the front lines sent groups of Lord-ranked orcs and monsters flying with a casual attack. Among these NPCs was a golden-haired beauty that summoned a great Lord-ranked golden giant, which thoroughly suppressed the great Lord-ranked orc leading the assault on the caravan. Meanwhile, every offensive spell cast by the golden-haired beauty wrenched a cry of pain from the great Lord-ranked orc, whose HP decreased rapidly. The army of several thousand orcs and monsters were utterly helpless against this 100-man team. The monsters couldn't even get within 30 yards of Xiaofan before dying at the NPC's hands. The horrific scene made the spectating guild players nearby shudder in fear. Meanwhile, the spectating guilds included the Blackwater Guild, which Xiaofan was very familiar with. Currently, there was a 1,000-man team from Blackwater present led by Singular Burial. At this moment, however, Singular Burial no longer had a tyrannical air around him. After suffering consecutive defeats, he had lost all his corporate backing, which left him in an extremely awkward position in the Blackwater Guild. Now, he was only an inconspicuous elder in Blackwater. Moreover, he was only level 53 right now. He looked nothing like the almighty guild leader of Heaven's Burial. Who is that person? How is he able to control so many NPCs? Wait a minute. Isn't that female NPC one of Black Flame's personal guards? She is. That's Anna. Crap, doesn't that mean that player is Black Flame? Not good. Black Flame is looking over. At this moment, when Blackwater's members looked at Xiaofan, fear flooded their hearts because they were all fully aware that he could command the NPCs around him to reap their lives at a whim. Meanwhile, they would be utterly powerless to do anything about it. Chapter 1825. One success was built atop the sacrifice of thousands. As the NPC legion pushed back the approaching orc and monster army, a wall of corpses quickly formed on each side of the road. These NPCs are so strong. I get the feeling that this NPC team can even raid an ordinary guild town. I know, right? Just look at those tier 3 NPCs going. They are throwing level 70+ great lords with a single hit. Their individual combat power is likely even higher than grand lords of the same rank. Even if these tier 3 NPCs aren't enough to raid a guild town, they're more than enough to kill every one of us. As expected of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. With the ability to control so many powerful NPCs, Black Flame could easily annihilate armies of tens of thousands of players. It's no wonder why the various superpowers are helpless against Zero Wing. The various spectating guilds and adventurer teams gulped as they watched the fight between the NPCs and monsters. Tier 2 NPCs were much stronger than Tier 2 players of the same level. Only peak experts with several pieces of epic equipment could possibly contend with an ordinary Tier 2 NPC. If Tier 2 players tried to face a Tier 2 NPC that was over 20 levels higher, they could only wait for their deaths. As for Tier 3 NPCs, they would only need a few moves to finish off Tier 2 players. If the targeted Tier 2 players lacked defensive capabilities, they might die after one hit. If these NPCs turned their blades against Tier 1 players like themselves, a single attack would be more than enough to kill several of them instantly. Blackwater's members are probably doomed. That's right. Blackwater has been picking a lot of fights with Zero Wing in the Orc Empire. Now that Black Flame has found some of Blackwater's members, he'll massacre them. The various large guilds members couldn't help but watch Blackwater's members with pity as they fought the local orcs. Nowadays, Blackwater and Zero Wings members would fight whenever they came across each other in the fields. Although Blackwater currently had over 1,000 members present, before the Sword King, the group was a joke. Furthermore, Black Flame had a team of level 80+ NPCs with him. This further reduced the chances of Blackwater's members escaping this place alive. Why is Black Flame here? We're doomed. We're doomed. Fear colored the faces of Blackwater's members as they watched Xiaofan. They had experienced the man's might firsthand, so they knew just how powerful he was. Black Flame was truly unstoppable. He could easily single out and kill a specific player while surrounded by an army of tens of thousands. Although their team currently had over 1,000 well-equipped elite and expert players, Black Flame could annihilate them all by himself. Their only option was to run. If others heard their thoughts, they'd be a laughingstock. If 1,000 elite players simultaneously attacked a single expert, one move should be enough to end the battle. Even a peak expert would try to avoid a 1,000-man enemy elite team. How could a lone player possibly defeat an army of elite players? However, they knew very, very well that the likelihood of such a situation was high. Not only did Black Flame possess multiple large-scale destruction spells, but he also had ridiculous movement speed. He also had enough strength to contend with mythic monsters. In addition, he was capable of summoning powerful monsters. It wasn't an exaggeration to call Black Flame a one-man army. Damn it! Why is he here? Singular Burial paled when he saw Xiaofang's cloaked figure. Looking at Xiaofan now, Singular Burial was no longer as confident as he had been in the past. He harbored no thoughts of fighting Xiaofan as he knew that doing so would be a waste of energy. In fact, it would only lead to a quicker death. Singular Burial could not understand why Xiaofan had come to a backwater place like this. They were currently in the Orc Empire's outer region. For an expert of Xiaofang's caliber, only grinding or questing in the Empire's core would be worth his time. He had struggled to stabilize his standing in Blackwater. In the hopes of elevating his position in the guild, he had been doing his best to raise the Heaven's Burial members that had followed him to join Blackwater, yet before his efforts could bear fruit, he had encountered Xiaofan. "Commander, what should we do?" Daybreak Fog revealed a somber expression when she saw Xiaofan, as well. After Heaven's Burial disbanded and Flame Blood was crippled, over half of Heaven's Burial's main force members had chosen separate paths. Because of this, their positions in Blackwater had plummeted. Among their 1,000-man team, only 100 or so were experts. While this might be a high number compared to other 1,000-man elite teams, it was nowhere near enough to deal with Xiaofan. To Xiaofan, their experts were no different than the team's elite players. The Swordsman could kill them all with one hit. "We don't have any other choice. Have everyone slowly retreat. We can't afford another loss. Get ready to use the Tier 3 group instantaneous teleportation scroll to send the main force away from this place. Everyone else should spread out and run. Absolutely do not fight Black Flame," Singular Burial said, gnashing his teeth. The Tier 3 group instantaneous teleportation scroll was extremely valuable, an item he had obtained after completing a difficult team quest. It was also the only life-saving tool he had to save his team. However, the teleportation scroll could only teleport a maximum of 100 players. He couldn't transport his entire team. "I understand." Daybreak Fog nodded. She then took a silver magic scroll from her bag and eyed Xiaofang's every movement. If she noticed the slightest change, she'd activate the scroll immediately. However, Xiaofan, who sat on the leading transport carriage, had finally finished carving an expulsion magic array on a crystal shard. He then tossed the crystal to the ground before him and started chanting an incantation. Very quickly, the crystal merged with the earth. A slightly incomplete magic array then formed beneath Xiaofang's feet. Seeing this, Xiaofan took out several light blue crystals to complete the array. Once complete, a blue ripple of light radiated out from the array. As if something had frightened them, the level 70+ orcs and monsters, which had been busy fighting the NPCs, fled from the caravan. Even the orcs and monsters several hundred yards away from the caravan began to back away. The spectating crowd nearby stared with dropped jaws. What did he just do? The several thousand orcs and monsters that had previously occupied the road had retreated by over 500 yards, watching the road in terror. Every monster as far as the eye could see did the same. Not one dared to approach the road. Once Xiaofan finished his work, he collected the leftover materials. As he returned to the transport carriage, he noticed a 1,000-man legion backing away from his position. Singular burial? Xiaofan quickly spotted singular burial among this 1,000-man legion. However, his old enemy watched him cautiously. Seeing this, Xiaofan could not help but sigh inwardly. Currently, singular burial wore a mix of level 50 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Aside from the man's longbow, Xiaofan could easily discern the rank of his other items. Looking at him now, it was hard to believe singular burial had once been the guild leader of an almighty guild in Starmoon Kingdom. This was the cruel reality of God's domain. In God's domain, one success was built atop the sacrifice of thousands. After a glance at singular burial, Xiaofan climbed back onto his transport carriage and had the convoy continued down the road. If he did not complete the trade route quickly, the expulsion magic arrays he had already set up within the Empire would begin to disappear. This was the time limit players had to endure. The system would not allow players to take their sweet time when establishing a trade route. As for killing singular burial and the others, he had no interest in such a task. Moreover, with singular burial's current state, he didn't consider the man a threat. After realizing that Xiaofan was leaving without a fight, Blackwater's members breathed a deep sigh of relief. Commander, Black Flame left. Daybreak Fog could not help but cry out with joy when she saw Xiaofan drive his transport carriage away. When Xiaofan had turned to look at them, she had nearly used the precious group instantaneous teleportation scroll out of anxiety. Yes, he left. Singular burial wore an expression of mixed indignation and sadness as he watched Xiaofan leave. He had noticed a hint of pity in Xiaofang's eyes. This discovery had dealt an unprecedented mental blow. Is he trying to say that I don't even qualify to face him now? Chapter 1826, Vulcan Sigh. After Xiaofan left, all of the various large guilds members visibly relaxed. Black Flame is leaving, just like that? He doesn't intend to deal with Blackwater's members? My guess is that Black Flame finds it beneath him to deal with them. I've watched the battles that occurred at the primordial divine ruin. Black Flame had soloed a mythic monster. Then he sent both Blackwater's army and the evil beast army running with their tails tucked between their legs. A measly 1,000-man elite team probably isn't worth his effort. Black Flame is too strong. His presence alone was enough to make the various large guilds shrink back with fear. It's no wonder why Black Flame is recognized as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. He is far stronger than those famous peak experts. The adventurer teams watching from a short distance away were shocked, and they looked at the various guild players, who watched the departing convoy cautiously. They had never thought that the presence of a single player would be enough to deter so many guild players. They had all heard many rumors about Black Flame, but they had assumed the rumors were jokes and baseless assertions. However, they simply treated those rumors as jokes and baseless assertions. However, after seeing the man in person today, they finally understood that the rumors were actually true. In fact, Black Flame was even scarier than the rumors made him out to be. Because of this discovery, many of these independent players, who hadn't been interested in joining any guild, began to have second thoughts. They all considered joining Zero Wing, especially the Swordsman players. This was especially true for swordsman players. Unbeknownst to Xiaofan, his casual action of sparing Blackwater's members had made many independent players in the Orc Empire reconsider their position about joining his guild. At the same time, news of Xiaofan's appearance in the Orc Empire had reached the various dark players hiding in the Empire. "Commander, we have discovered Black Flame." "Where?" "He's near the Orc Empire's border. However, there are quite a number of NPCs moving with him. Taking him out won't be easy. Follow after him for now. I'll gather our members and head over as soon as possible. As long as our Wind's Arrow Adventurer team kills Black Flame once, we'll qualify to join Dark Soul. We cannot miss this opportunity, so follow him closely." "Understood." The various Dark Adventurer teams operating within the Orc Empire began to make their way toward Xiaofan. Some time ago, the Dark Knight Empire's Dark Soul had placed a bounty on Zero Wing. For each Zero Wing upper echelon killed, one could earn a dark mutation slot. If one managed to kill Zero Wing's guild leader, regardless of whether an individual or an entire team completed the task, both would be welcome to join Dark Soul. Individuals would be given command of a new adventurer team in Dark Soul. To players that operated in the Dark Soul's reputation was equivalent to that of a super guild. Joining the Dark Alliance and become one of its commander-level figures was no different than becoming the vice-guild leader in a super guild. Why wouldn't such an offer be tempting? The various Dark Adventurer teams and several Dark Guilds began an enthusiastic search for Black Flame. Although Black Flame was very powerful, even giants would fall against overwhelming numbers. God's Domain also had many special methods to kill players. Dark Soul had not specified a requirement to defeat Black Flame with raw strength. The lightning-horned earth dragons dashed down the Orc Empire's gravel roads. As Xiaofan ventured deeper into the Orc Empire, stronger monsters and orcs showed up to hinder his progress. Initially, most of the monsters had only been chieftains, but now, lords began to target his caravan. If not for the lightning-horned earth dragons being level 80 great lords, the monsters in their way would have stopped the caravan long ago. Sure enough, it really is difficult to set up a trade rule in a land ruled by the dark forces. Xiaofan inwardly celebrated as he watched one lord-ranked orc get knocked aside after another. Fortunately, he was the first player to set up a trade route in Star Moon Kingdom and had the privilege of using the lightning-horned earth dragons. Normally, players would only have access to mysterious iron transport carriages, which were only pulled by lord-ranked monsters, when setting up a trade route. Traveling through a neutral map under the Dark Forces' rule with such carriages would be extremely difficult. He would have had to stop his progress whenever he was attacked. In that case, he would have had to rely on the NPCs he had hired to clear a path or dispatch a large number of his guild members to do so. With the lightning-horned earth dragons, however, he could simply bulldoze his way through. Though, due to the large number of orcs and monsters blocking his path, his advance had slowed considerably. Now, the transport carriages only moved a little faster than players running at full speed. Meanwhile, this was only the beginning of the Dark Forces' territory. As Xiaofan traveled deeper into the Empire, he would encounter more numerous and powerful orcs and monsters, which even the Tier 3 NPCs accompanying him would have some trouble with. After about 8 hours, Xiaofan arrived before an orc fortress. According to the system map, the fortress was the final point for the trade route. This quest. Does it really want me to build the expulsion magic array inside the fortress? As Xiaofan watched the patrolling orcs on the fortress's walls, he wondered if he had read his system map wrong. This was nothing like the orcs he had faced on the road earlier. On his way here, he had faced wild orcs or orc patrols, but these orcs were members of the Orc Empire's well-trained army. Fortunately, due to his quest, the fortress only had around 3,000 orc guards, far fewer than normal. In return, however, their levels and rank had increased significantly. Now, the weakest orc guarding the fortress was a chieftain, with the majority of the orcs being lords. The leader of these creatures was even a level 80 mythic ranked orc general. After spotting Xiaofan's caravan, the orc general raised its great sword with one hand and loosed a furious roar. Suddenly, the army of 3,000 orcs stationed inside the fortress flooded out of the fortress's gates and marched towards Xiaofan's caravan. Sturdy, shield-wielding orcs occupied the front line while agile, bow-wielding orcs moved at the rear. The orc army's approach even made the NPCs with Xiaofan nervous. Xiaofan could see well over 100 Great Lord-ranked orcs and over a dozen Grand Lords. This force was on an entirely different level than the caravan's contingent. As Xiaofan wondered if something had gone awry, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, you have triggered the epic trade route quest, Orc King's Ambitions. You may choose to accept or abandon this quest. If you complete this quest, you will receive a commendation from Star Moon Kingdom and qualify to build an airport. Abandoning this quest will not affect your original trade route quest. If you choose to abandon this quest, the system will designate an alternative path for the trade route. You have 3 minutes to consider. An epic trade route quest? Xiaofan was stunned when he read the system notification, but after seeing the quest rewards, he couldn't help his growing excitement. Could this be the reward for being the first player to set up a trade route? The qualifications to build an airport. Countless guilds in neutral maps dreamed of acquiring this qualification, but very few succeeded in doing so. In the past, not a single guild had revealed how they had managed it. Meanwhile, the sensational scene at the Orc Fortress stupefied the various dark adventurer teams and dark guilds following Xiaofan. Crap! What's going on? Is Black Flame trying to raid the fortress? Does he intend to raid a fortress by himself? Is he crazy? Black Flame is insane. That's an orc fortress we're talking about. Although he can stand against a mythic monster for some time, capturing a fortress is a different story entirely. Even if he has some NPCs to support him, ambushing a fortress is impossible. As the dark players watched the distance between the orc army and Xiaofan's caravan decrease, they were dumbfounded. They had watched many guilds try to raid one of the Orc Empire's fortresses before, but this was the first time they had seen a single player attempt it. Commander, what should we do? Should we attack Black Flame? These orcs are too high-leveled. Moreover, there's a mythic orc among them. If we attack carelessly, we might get dragged into the fight. Let's wait. It won't be too late to take action once the orc army pushes Black Flame and his NPCs back. All of the dark adventurer teams and dark guilds following Xiaofan came to the same decision. Meanwhile, as the orc army approached the caravan, Xiaofan and his NPCs prepared for battle. Let's give it a try, Xiaofan decided after analyzing his current combat power and the challenge. The quest had only mentioned that he needed to set up an expulsion magic array in the fortress, not capture the fortress. There was a huge difference between the two tasks. Naturally, the former was far easier. Moreover, this was a valuable opportunity. It would be a huge waste to give it up. Grinding his teeth, Xiaofan accepted the quest. He then pulled a magic scroll with crimson divine runes from his bag. This magic scroll was none other than the Tier 4 continuous use magic scroll, Vulcan Sigh, which he had acquired from the gold magic crystal treasure chest in the Eclipse Throne. The magic scroll was even more valuable than ordinary epic equipment. Vulcan Sigh was also an extremely rare summoning scroll. He had hoped to save the scroll as a trump card for any future guild wars, but using it to complete this epic trade route quest was worth the expenditure. Following which, Xiaofan injected 1,000 magic crystals of mana into the magic scroll and activated it. In the next moment, a crimson, threefold magic array manifested beneath Xiaofan's feet. The sky also began to transform, and the earth started to quake. Why did the sky suddenly go dark? Everyone noticed dark clouds block out the sun. A moment later, the space around Xiaofan began to freeze. The spectating dark players felt a powerful aura assault their minds and bodies. Chapter 1827, Battle of Monsters. As the dusky space froze, over 24 magic arrays appeared in the cloudy sky, radiating a light that illuminated the orc fortress and its surroundings. As these magic arrays manifested, the dark players felt their aura's intensity increase, making their bodies feel much heavier than a moment ago. As the heavy feeling grew, they began to panic. What's going on? Why can't I move? What did Black Flame do? Everyone quickly discovered that they couldn't even move a finger, much less walk away. They felt as if time had stopped. Moreover, they weren't the only ones subjected to this phenomenon. Even the orc army had fallen deathly silent. Some orcs had even lost strength to stand and fell to a knee, terrified. Following which, the sky shattered and formed a massive black hole. If one looked closely, they would notice a pair of flaming eyes, as large as small mountains, within the black hole. As these eyes appeared, the pressure on the players present increased yet again. Immediately, all of the orcs, including the mythic ranked orc general, slumped to the ground and shuddered in fear. What's going on? It's over. We're doomed. Damn it. This must be a trap Black Flame set up. We've been tricked. As the dark players looked up at the massive pair of eyes, they sensed their impending death and destruction. They weren't even ants before the owner of those eyes. As long as the creature willed it, its aura alone would slay these players. It wouldn't even need to attack. The players from the various dark adventurer teams and dark guilds suddenly regretted their decision to target Xiaofan. Just as everyone cowered before their doom, the pair of flaming orbs vanished abruptly before fire began to pour from the black hole, raining down on the orc empire like meteors. Boom! 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 A series of explosions shook the orc fortress and the area. The ground trembled so violently that the dark players, who stood quite a distance away, nearly lost their footing. The shower of fire continued for 6 seconds, transforming the earth under the orc army into a burning hellscape. By the time flames stopped pouring out of the black hole, the chieftain-ranked orcs had been wiped out while the lord sustained heavy injuries. The several thousand dark players gasped when they saw this outcome. With one attack, Xiaofan had obliterated half of the entire orc army. However, before the crowd could recover from their shock, the fire on the battlefield converged and transformed into easily over 100 flame giants. The weakest among these flame giants was a level 80 High Lord, whereas the strongest 5 were level 82 Grand Lords. Vulcan's Sigh is actually so powerful? Even Xiaofan was astonished as he gazed at the flame giants. He had assumed that he'd be lucky to summon even one Grand Lord. He had never expected for Vulcan's Sigh to summon such a powerful legion of flame giants. After the single activation of Vulcan's Sigh, Xiaofan noticed that the magic scroll had lost half of its durability. In other words, Vulcan's Sigh was a continuous-use magic scroll that could only be used twice. Moreover, he would have to wait 2 natural days before he could use the scroll again. He could not use it consecutively. However, Xiaofan was very satisfied with the result. Although most Tier 4 continuous-use magic scrolls could be used 4 to 6 times, their effects couldn't compare to Vulcan's Sigh. The Flame Legion's arrival instantly disrupted the orc army's formation. The 20-meter-tall Grand Lord-ranked flame giants sent over a dozen orcs flying with a single slap. In terms of strength, even the Grand Lord-ranked orc warriors were no match for the Grand Lord-ranked flame giants. For a time, the legion of flame giants brought chaos to the orc army. The battle between the flame giants and orcs was earth-shattering. Sounds of slaughter and explosions echoed across the barren plains that surrounded the orc fortress, stupefying the dark players that hid in the distant forest. Although the battle only involved several thousand monsters, it was no less intense than a battle between tens of thousands of players. If players joined this fight, even the shockwaves from the orcs and flame giants clashing would vaporize them. While the orc army tangled with the Flame Legion, Xiaofan used the opportunity to lead his NPC mercenaries past the orc army and towards the orc fortress. He did not need to exterminate the orc army to capture the fortress. He only needed to set up the expulsion magic array inside of it. Moreover, Xiaofan did not think that he could defeat the orc army. The army was led by a mythic orc, after all. Although the flame giants were powerful, a mythic-ranked creature could easily suppress them. Furthermore, the Flame Legion was badly outnumbered. It was only a matter of time before the orcs wiped the Legion out. When Xiaofan was within 500 yards of the fortress, the level 80 orc general discovered his group. With a roar, the orc general raised its great sword, firing a chilling beam attack at the Grand Lord-ranked flame giant before it. The attack sent the flame giant flying back as a layer of ice formed on the ground before the orc general. The mythic orc then led a group of subordinates as they ran down the icy path its attack had created to block the fortress's entrance with their bodies. Other orcs also began to abandon their fights with the flame giants, charging towards Xiaofan's group. Sure enough, they won't let me through so easily. Xiaofan smiled bitterly as he looked at the orc general before the fortress's entrance. He then turned toward Anna and ordered, "Do it." Nodding, Anna began to chant as she approached the orc general. When less than 100 yards separated the two, Anna finished her spell and pointed her staff at the orc general. Suddenly, a level 85, tier 4 Valkyrie descended from the sky. Using an advanced instantaneous movement, the Valkyrie instantly appeared before the orc general and swept the lightning spear in her hands at the mythic orc. Boom! Failing to react in time to the strike, the orc general and a dozen or so great lord-ranked orcs got sent flying over 100 yards to the side. The Valkyrie's frightening strength had even shattered the ground before her, creating a small ravine. Good. Xiaofan then led his group into the fortress, commanding his NPC mercenaries to guard the entrance while he headed for the system-designated location to set up the expulsion magic array. The fortress's entrance wasn't particularly large. 20 NPCs would be more than enough to form a barricade. Fortunately, the fortress's walls had been enhanced with magic runes, and not even mythic monsters would be able to jump over them. Now, the orcs could only enter the fortress if they destroyed its walls or the NPCs guarding the entrance. The fortress walls were quite sturdy, and it would even take a mythic monster some time to destroy them. By the time the orc general created an opening, Xiaofan would have long since completed his task. The only way the orc general could get into the fortress before Xiaofan finished was through the main entrance. Hence, stationing guards would be enough. Very quickly, Xiaofan found the targeted location. Wasting no time, he immediately took out a large, blue crystal from his epic-ranked spatial bag and began to engrave the expulsion magic array. As the seconds ticked by, more orcs tried to force their way into the fortress. The Tier 2 NPCs defending the entrance began to die, one after another. Only the Tier 3 NPCs barely held their ground against the Grand Lord-ranked orc warriors. The Valkyrie fought a fierce battle against the orc general outside of the building, doing her best to injure the mythic orc. Meanwhile, the orc general was utterly powerless to stop the beating. Although the orc general was a level 80 mythic-ranked creature, the Valkyrie was a level 85 mythic-ranked angel. There was a massive difference between the two beings' life ratings. The Valkyrie completely overpowered the orc general, and it took everything it had just to block the Valkyrie's attacks. Occasionally, the orc general slipped up, and the Valkyrie's attacks sent it flying. The watching dark players were flabbergasted. The various commanders and upper echelons from the Dark Adventurer teams and Dark Guilds wiped the sweat from their foreheads. They inwardly celebrated the fact that they hadn't rushed to attack Xiaofan. The consequences would have been unimaginably dire. By the time the Valkyrie disappeared, the orc general was heavily injured, greatly reducing its combat power. Now, it was only slightly more powerful than the Grand Lord-ranked orc warriors. I need to hurry. When Xiaofan saw the orc general attack the guards at the entrance, he began to inscribe runes faster. 20 seconds. 40 seconds. 60 seconds. Once the orc general rejoined the fight, more NPC mercenaries began to fall. In just 60 seconds, over 10 Tier 2 NPCs had died. One of the Tier 3 NPCs had even sustained heavy injuries. When there were fewer than 30 NPC mercenaries remaining, the orc general used a powerful skill and charged past the blockade. Upon entering the fortress and spotting Xiaofan, the orc general roared and swung its greatsword at the offending swordsman. Suddenly, a cold energy beam shot toward Xiaofan, and everything it passed froze. While inscribing the magic array, Xiaofan couldn't move without cancelling the inscription process. He'd have to start all over again. Hence, Xiaofan had no choice but to activate absolute defense. After the energy beam disappeared, everything except for Xiaofan's immediate surroundings had frozen solid. When the orc general saw that Xiaofan had survived, it was further enraged. It charged up to Xiaofan, brandishing its greatsword. Despite the fact that the power of the orc general's attacks shattered the ground around him, Xiaofan remained unharmed. However, his heart pounded with nervous energy, rather than feeling relieved. Just when Absolute Domain's duration was about to end, the blue crystal in Xiaofan's hand suddenly lit up. He had finally finished inscribing the magic array. Go! Xiaofan shoved the crystal into the ground before him. As the crystal melded with the ground, a magic array appeared beneath Xiaofan's feet. Seeing this, Xiaofan activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his attribute skyrocketing. Scram! Xiaofan yelled as he swung Killing Ray at the orc general. Lightning Slash! A blue lightning bolt struck the orc general, and like a cannonball, the creature flew backward, only stopping when it crashed into a nearby wall. Using this opportunity, Anna had her 10 rock guardians form a magic array around the orc general, trapping the mythic orc. Meanwhile, Xiaofan took out several small crystals for the magic array's finishing touches. Since Xiaofan was now very familiar with the process, he only needed 10 seconds to complete the array. As the magic array completed, a blue ripple of light enveloped the war fortress. A moment later, a series of system notifications reached Xiaofan's ears. Chapter 1828, Advanced Manager. System, congratulations. You have completed the epic trade route quest, Orc King's Ambitions. Rewarding Starmoon Kingdom reputation plus 100, plus 50% EXP of current level, and 1 Starmoon Kingdom airport building order. Orc Empire Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing's Silverwing Town for becoming the first town in the Orc Empire to set up a trade route. Rewarding 10,000 popularity points to Silverwing Town and 1 transportation firm design. The system announcement echoed 3 times in the ears of every player within the Orc Empire. Set up a trade route? What's that? It should be something that can lure in more NPC merchants. If that's true, doesn't that mean we can obtain even more rare items from the NPCs of Silverwing Town now? Zero Wing is really amazing. Silverwing Town got promoted into an intermediate town just recently. Now, Zero Wing has even managed to set up a trade route for it. The Orc Empire will definitely fall under Zero Wing's dominion in the future. That's for sure. Previously, the Evil Beast army was already helpless against Zero Wing. With how rapidly Silverwing Town is developing right now, I believe it will surpass Ancient Rock City before long. It would be great if that's the case. If Silverwing Town really does surpass Ancient Rock City, we won't have to worry about getting ambushed by dark players when grinding in the Orc Empire's outer area. The players grinding in the Orc Empire promptly started a discussion about Zero Wing. They all held an optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. At the same time, they also hoped that Silverwing Town could develop quickly. For some reason, ancient Rock City had actually become a mecca for the dark forces. A large number of dark players was currently gathered there. Since ancient Rock City was located in the Orc Empire's inner area, the dark players' main sphere of activity encompassed the Orc Empire's inner area and the boundary between the inner and outer areas. As a result, the independent players trying to grind and do quests in these areas frequently came under attack from dark players. As for Silverwing Town, which was the town closest to ancient Rock City, while it could be considered a mecca for normal players like themselves, as the town could accommodate only a very limited number of people, not that many players gathered around the town. Hence, the number of normal players operating within the vicinity of Silverwing Town was relatively low, far from enough to contend against the dark players operating around ancient Rock City. However, if Silverwing Town were developed further, the number of players gathering at the town would also increase. The influx of normal players would naturally pose a deterrent to the dark players. At the very least, they would refrain from boldly launching attacks in large numbers. Although the news of Silverwing Town setting up a trade route brought joy to the independent players operating within the Orc Empire, somber expressions appeared on the faces of the various major powers' upper echelons when they received this piece of news. At this point in time, the number of players willing to operate within the Orc Empire had already peaked. In other words, the player population within the Orc Empire would no longer increase significantly like before. Meanwhile, the various major powers that had captured a town within the Orc Empire all needed to lure more players to their towns to develop their towns. However, if most of the players operating within the Empire were heading to Silverwing Town, how were these major powers supposed to develop their own guild towns? With this recent development, the ancient Rock City you're managing is in for a tough time, Falling Fire, who held a crystalline crimson staff, said when he heard the latest system announcement. A grin appeared on his face as he turned to look at the level 55, Tier 2 Berserker standing beside him. To begin with, we only joined hands with the dark players to use their strength to whittle down Zero Wing. This change will bring no loss to the evil god's temple, Wind Hunter said indifferently. Moreover, no matter how Zero Wing develops Silverwing Town, it is already too late. Don't you agree? Indeed. While Zero Wing's black flame is indeed very scary, unfortunately for him, a guild can't become strong just by relying on one person. At the end of the day, a war between guilds is decided by the financial strength and foundations both sides possess, Falling Fire said as he looked at the Crimson Flame Fortress, whose defensive magic array had already been shattered. We'll let Zero Wing maintain its arrogance for now. As long as we capture the Crimson Flame Fortress, Zero Wing's existence will be over. The Crimson Flame Fortress was one of the most important fortresses within the Orc Empire's inner area. It was also one of the relatively safe transport hubs in the Empire. Capturing the Crimson Flame Fortress would be equivalent to taking control of the majority of the players heading to the regional dungeon Orc capital city. The amount of coins and resources they could earn from the fortress would easily surpass that from ancient Rock City at its peak. At the same time, their control of the Crimson Flame Fortress would essentially allow them to bar Zero Wing from entering the Orc capital city. This would render all of Zero Wing's efforts in the Orc Empire useless. In the long run, their alliance would grow increasingly stronger in the Orc Empire, whereas Zero Wing would weaken. After accumulating sufficient strength, they could then capture Silverwing Town and destroy Zero Wing, permanently relegating the guild to history. Elsewhere, due to Xiaofan completing the expulsion magic array, the Orc army trying to kill him was subjected to a powerful pressure from the magic array. Even the Orc general's reactions turned sluggish under the pressure, allowing the Swordsman to evade the Orc general's attacks, albeit barely. Just as Xiaofan was trying to think of a way to escape, a series of war cries suddenly came from outside the fortress. In the next moment, an army of NPCs suddenly appeared roughly 1,000 yards away from the fortress and charged toward it. Although there were only 1,000 NPCs in this army, they were all very high-leveled, at least level 100. In God's domain, level 50 was a major turning point. Likewise, level 100 was also a very important turning point. A level 100, Tier 2 NPC would make short work of a level 95 Great Lord. Meanwhile, among the NPCs galloping over, the weakest one was a level 100, Tier 2 NPC. Claude, the NPC leading the charge, was even a level 120, Tier 3 Knight Captain. Although Claude was only Tier 3, he was not in the same league as ordinary Tier 3 NPCs, because Claude was fully equipped in epic equipment. The silver spear he wielded was even a fragmented legendary weapon. His combat power was no doubt at the peak of Tier 3. He could even go toe-to-toe with ordinary Tier 4 mythic monsters. Shortly after these NPCs appeared, they quickly engaged the orc army in battle. Riding atop a one-horned beast, Claude swung his spear at the orc warriors that were trying to force their way through the entrance. Claude's spear transformed into a silver streak of light, tearing a hole through space as it swept at the orc warriors. 2 level 80 Grand Lord ranked orc warriors went flying. Meanwhile, the Lord ranked orcs, which were caught in the crossfire, were killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Claude cut open a path in the orc army and charged straight into the fortress. Reinforcements? Xiaofan was both joyful and confused at Claude's appearance. He had never thought that the system would provide such a service after he completed his quest. In the eyes of a level 120, Tier 3 NPC, the level 80 mythic ranked orc general was no different from a common monster with a lot of HP. Claude sent the orc general flying with every one of his attacks. As Claude and the orc general clashed, the orc general's HP continuously decreased. When the orc general's HP fell to 50%, the mythic orc let loose a frustrated and indignant roar. In the next moment, the battling orc army started retreating. As for the orc general, it, too, backed up to the top of a fortress wall, then jumped off and escaped. After the orc army fled, Claude approached Xiaofan. Lord Protector, thanks to your efforts, we were able to set up this important trade route. From now onward, Star Moon Kingdom's army will be managing this place to assure the trade route's security. Meanwhile, as you are the pioneer of this trade route, are you willing to pay 60,000 gold to repair this secret stone fortress and become its advanced manager? Chapter 1829, Secret Stone Fortress. Advanced Manager? Xiaofan was ecstatic upon hearing Claude's words. In God's domain, becoming a fortress town's manager was akin to becoming a noble of an NPC town or city. Players would gain the authority to manage a portion of the shops in the fortress town and would be able to determine its development direction. However, an NPC fortress town wouldn't have only one manager. Just like Thunder Island, there could be multiple managers overseeing a single fortress town. An advanced manager possessed more authority than a basic manager. An advanced manager was close to being the deputy mayor of a fortress town. They would be able to manage important establishments such as the auction house, teleportation hall, and adventurers association, not just a bunch of shops. Although becoming an advanced manager was inferior to fully occupying a fortress town, since an NPC fortress town would be partially operated and guarded by NPCs, barring special situations, it was much safer than a guild fortress town. For example, currently, so long as the secret stone fortress was being garrisoned by level 100 NPCs, even if Beast Emperor sent his entire evil beast army over, he wouldn't be able to take down the fortress. Unless Beast Emperor had some way to reduce the garrisoned NPCs' levels, capturing the fortress would be impossible. Lord Claude, must the 60,000 gold be paid right now? Xiaofan asked. 60,000 gold was no small sum. This was especially true for Xiaofan right now, as he had already spent most of his funds on this expedition. 60,000 gold is indeed a lot of money. Moreover, it'll take some time to get the necessary materials to repair the secret stone fortress, Claude said, nodding. It'll take 4 days at the quickest for the kingdom's army to arrive. It is fine so long as you gather the 60,000 gold within these 4 days. System, you have triggered the quest, Secret Stone Fortress. Collect 60,000 gold within 4 days. Failure to do so will result in the loss of the opportunity to become Secret Stone Fortress's advanced manager. Wonderful. Xiaofan breathed out a sigh of relief upon seeing the system notification. While it might be difficult for ordinary first-rate guilds to collect 60,000 gold in 4 days, some might even have to sell some of their lands to do so, this was not a problem for Xiaofan. After all, he had a business deal with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. Both these super first-rate guilds had shown great interest in the Dark Corrosion set. They had also placed an order for a large number of all-round devices and elven silver. If he offered to let the 2 guilds pay for a portion of the all-round devices and elven silver using coins, instead of magic crystals, the 2 guilds would definitely be more than happy to do so. After Xiaofan was done speaking with Claude, he immediately left for Silverwing town. While collecting 60,000 gold in 4 days posed no problem, the money he needed amounted to far more than just 60,000 gold. After completing the Orc King's Ambitions quest, he had acquired the extremely precious Star Moon Kingdom Airport building order as well as a transportation firm design. Both these items were priceless treasures. The Star Moon Kingdom Airport building order was akin to a permit to open up an air route. However, he would need a lot of funds to build an airport. Fortunately, the construction of the airport did not require a design, only money. Even so, building a small airport still cost 50,000 gold. However, once he set up an air route from Star Moon Kingdom to Silverwing Town, not only would it expedite the transport of NPC merchants' goods, but players from Star Moon Kingdom would also have an easier time getting to Silverwing Town. Although air travel wasn't as fast as teleportation, it was still many times faster than traveling on land on a mount. Moreover, the transportation fee one had to pay was also much cheaper than that for a teleportation array. In the past, a large part of the reason why many superpowers were able to develop their neutral towns into an advanced city was their possession of an airport. Although many first-rate guilds possessed great financial strength, the neutral towns they developed only managed to reach the basic city standard. They simply couldn't become an advanced city no matter what. Only the first-rate guilds that succeeded in building an airport were able to develop their neutral towns to the advanced city standard. This was because an airport was capable of bringing a town or city immense popularity and prosperity. Not only could an airport help NPC merchants enter a town or city much more easily, but it also provided the ability to transport cargo safely and swiftly. A delivery trip that normally took 1 or 2 days by land could be completed in just a few hours by airship. Moreover, in God's domain, some NPC trading firms restricted their development to towns and cities with airports. In addition, there was the recruitment of NPC soldiers. As neutral maps were located very far away from human civilization, many NPCs were unwilling to travel to neutral towns and cities. However, if a neutral town had an airport, the number and quality of NPCs willing to work as a soldier for that town would also increase. With this, the improvement of the neutral town's security level would accelerate. Due to this reason, the development speed of a neutral town with an airport far surpassed that of a neutral town without an airport. This was also the reason why Xiaofan had decided to undertake the Orc King's Ambitions quest no matter what. As for the transportation firm, its construction cost 20,000 gold. The transportation firm was something that would be of great help to the players developing in the town where the firm was based. Once he constructed it in Silverwing Town, players would be able to pick up transportation quests in Silverwing Town. When players completed these quests, they could not only obtain a large sum of coins but also accumulate transportation firm contribution points. Players could then spend the CPs and coins they earned to purchase items that were exclusively traded between NPCs. To players that were incapable of raiding high-difficulty team dungeons, this was a good opportunity to acquire top-tier weapons, equipment, and tools. In the past, the transportation firm was actually much more popular than even the auction house. Normally, NPC auction houses hosted auctions only once a week. However, the transportation firm would stock up on new items every day. Moreover, the more prosperous the town or city a transportation firm was based in, the better the quality of the items sold. Hence, in the past, any guild town or city that housed a transportation firm had become a holy land for independent players. Meanwhile, the airport and transportation firm would complement each other. If he could build both in Silverwing Town now, he might not even need a month to upgrade Silverwing Town into an advanced town. However, building these two constructions would cost an astronomical number of coins. Hence, he needed to take action as soon as possible. The moment Xiaofan exited the secret stone fortress, the members of the various dark adventurer teams and dark guilds immediately shifted their gaze to him. "Commander, should we move out now?" a level 54 assassin asked, licking his lips as he turned to look at the level 54, tier 2 ranger standing beside him. The other adventurer teams and guilds seemed to be getting ready to take action as well. After the battle with the orcs ended, the NPCs following Xiaofan had also disappeared. The various dark players hiding in the forest grew restless at this development. Although they had seen Black Flame's strength, the remuneration offered by Dark Soul was simply too tempting, so much so that they were willing to risk attacking Black Flame. After all, so long as they succeeded, what awaited them was a life of glory and financial security. Chapter 1830, Shocking Retreat. Hearing the words of the assassin, the other players belonging to the same dark adventurer team started looking around curiously. Just like the assassin had said, their adventurer team wasn't the only one taking action. The members of the 24 or so other adventurer teams and several dark guilds around them had also started sneaking closer to Xiaofan. It was obvious that these dark adventurer teams and dark guilds were growing impatient. In God's domain, the dark forces were constantly oppressed. During the early stages of the game, players belonging to the dark forces had a much more difficult time getting by than normal players. After all, the dark forces were still incapable of contending against the various kingdoms and empires right now. Meanwhile, dark adventurer teams and dark guilds with the potential to become a superpower were extremely rare. The conditions to join one such power were extremely stringent. Powers like Dark Soul, which was as strong as a superpower and also offered its members the freedom of an adventurer team, were even rarer. Joining Dark Soul would definitely bring plenty of benefits to their future development. They also wouldn't have to worry about getting hunted just because they killed the members of certain guilds. Moreover, they could grind in the high-resource maps occupied by Dark Soul and not make do in poor maps. "Commander?" The assassin could not help but call out to the silent Tier 2 ranger once again. "If we don't make a move now, I'm afraid we'll lose this chance to the other adventurer teams." "Fine. In for a penny, in for a pound. Even if we fail, at worst, we'll lose a level. If we succeed, we'll become members of Dark Soul in the future and instantly join the upper ranks of the dark forces," the gruff man carrying an exquisite crystalline longbow said, nodding. A hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes as he looked at Xiaofan. Dark players had a much more difficult time getting by than normal players. The difficulty of finding a strong support to rely on as a dark player was also much greater than what normal players faced when trying to join the various superpowers. Now that there was an opportunity to join Dark Soul, how could he possibly let this chance get away? When the 24 or so members of the adventurer team heard their commander's words, they immediately revealed fierce expressions. They then followed their commander and slowly inched their way toward Xiaofan. At this moment, aside from this one adventurer team, the several thousand other dark players hiding in the forest were also entering a combat-ready state. Some stealth assassins had even gotten within 200 yards of Xiaofan already. "Black Flame has many means of escaping. We must not let him get away from us." First, form an encirclement around him. Then, use war bondage to trap him here. Once the battle starts, use your silencing skills on him right away. We must finish him in the first exchange. A level 54, Tier 2 assassin clad in dark grey robes said to the 30+ assassins around him through the team chat. As long as we kill Black Flame, everyone in our Poison Blade Guild will get to join Dark Soul. Then, we'll be able to live like kings in the Dark Knight Empire. We won't need to fear even super first-rate guilds. When their leader said that, the eyes of the 30+ level 53 and level 54 assassins glowed with excitement. Their guild, Poison Blade, was a relatively ordinary dark guild in the Dark Knight Empire. Normally, they could fight only second- and third-rate guilds. When facing first-rate guilds, they had no choice but to run away. As for super first-rate guilds, these existences were no different from gods to them. Let alone provoking one, they didn't even dare to come into contact with one. When they thought about how they wouldn't need to fear Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul after joining Dark Soul, they could not help but feel excited. As they entertained visions of such a future, their footsteps as they approached Xiaofan became much lighter than before. Their auras also became gentler. At this moment, one could say that their focus had reached unprecedented levels. Only Xiaofan existed in their eyes right now. 150 yards. 100 yards. 80 yards. As these assassins closed in on Xiaofan's rear, they also grew increasingly nervous. When the assassins were within 50 yards of Xiaofan, a low voice suddenly entered everyone's ears and echoed loudly in everyone's mind. Scram! Before anyone could react, Xiaofan abruptly turned around and unsheathed Killing Ray. He then swung the sacred sword at the air before him. Suddenly, countless arcs of lightning formed before Xiaofan and joined together to form a blue river. Like a primordial beast, the blue river of lightning scorched everything in its path, spreading out in a cone covering an 80-yard radius. Before the stealthed assassins could even react, countless arcs of lightning had already devoured their bodies. After a brief moment of exposure, the assassins' bodies then transformed into streaks of light and disappeared from the area. As the lightning river gradually dissipated, the other dark players, who were still a distance away, could not help but gasp. In just one hit, Xiaofan had killed over 70 stealthed assassins. Right now, numerous pieces of shiny equipment littered the scorched ground. Meanwhile, due to Xiaofang's sudden attack, the footsteps and breathing of the other stealthed assassins turned chaotic, their bodies becoming exposed to everyone. This is the Sword King's strength? A Tier 2 assassin wearing dark grey leather armor gulped in fear as he looked at the scorched ground that was just a few centimeters beside him. Compared to the players hiding in the distance, he had managed to get a much clearer view of Xiaofang's attack just now. From the moment Xiaofan started activating a skill until the time the skill had fully activated, he, a Tier 2 assassin, had actually failed to react. By the time he realized Xiaofan had attacked, the blue river was already shooting out from Xiaofang's sword. Moreover, despite him being able to clearly see the approach of the blue river, his body had been unable to react at all. This situation was just too frightening. His mind could not process how Xiaofan had executed such an attack. An ordinary expert player might not understand the implications of such a situation, but he did. The requirement for activating a life-saving skill was for players to think the skill's name. Only after doing so would the life-saving skill activate. However, if one could attack a player before the said player could have such a thought in their mind, then even having the most powerful life-saving skill in the game would be meaningless. In other words, Xiaofan could kill an assassin, the class that was famed for having the most life-saving skills, in one attack whenever he wanted. This discovery instantly crushed any thoughts the assassin in dark grey leather armor had of fighting Xiaofan. In reality, though, Xiaofang's inconceivable attack wasn't entirely impossible to block, especially for experts who understood the principles of the realms of truth. This was because the move Xiaofan had just executed applied the realms of truth's basics, moving the body before moving the mind. Unless one trained arduously to go up against attacks executed using such quick reaction speeds, reacting to such an attack was simply impossible. After executing Lightning Edge, Xiaofan took a look at everyone present. Upon seeing no new challengers moving up to him, he sheathed Killing Ray before turning around and leaving. Due to Xiaofan's attack, the remaining 100+ assassins no longer dared to approach him. They simply stood still as they watched him leave the battlefield. Guild leader, Black Flame is leaving. Are we still not moving? A level 54, Tier 2 Shield Warrior could not help but ask as he looked at the level 54, Tier 2 Ranger beside him. You want to go? Be my guest, the Tier 2 Ranger said, rolling his eyes at the Shield Warrior. The Tier 2 Shield Warrior shrank his neck back instinctively and shook his head. The fact that he was able to get promoted to Tier 2 at this stage of the game proved that his combat standard was much better than ordinary experts. However, Black Flame's attack inspired dread even in him. He definitely wasn't confident of blocking the attack Black Flame executed just now. Meanwhile, even after Xiaofang's figure disappeared from the battlefield, the thousands of dark players remained standing quietly at their original positions with pale expressions. Some independent players that were passing by the area were stupefied when they saw this scene. Too strong. With just one attack, Xiaofan had deterred several thousand dark players from making a move. By the time the dark players retreated from the area, news about the battle had already been spread like mad on the official forums by the independent players. Chapter 1831, or Empire's Number 1 Swordsman or Empire, Silverwing Town. After Xiaofan shook off the dark players' pursuit, he immediately returned to Zero Wing's residence in Silverwing Town to make arrangements for the transport and purchase of products from NPC merchants. Although he had already set up the trade route, the collection of usage fees from the NPCs who used the trade route would have to be carried out by both players and NPC soldiers. In addition, players would need to be present in person to purchase the goods that were meant to be sold to NPCs. Hence, he would need to assign considerable manpower to handle these tasks. Moreover, in order to make sure the items purchased were useful, he would have to send knowledgeable personnel to deal with the NPC merchants. However, as soon as Xiaofan returned to the guild residence, he was greeted by a boisterous scene. Currently, guild members were chatting happily and excitedly with each other inside the guild hall. Guild leader, you're back. Everyone is talking about you right now, Aqua Rose said, excitement sprouting in her heart when she saw Xiaofan. Because of your performance over at the Secret Stone Fortress, many people have already started titling you as the Empire's number 1 swordsman. Of course, there are some who object to this. They feel that you are unworthy of this title and will accept it only when they have actually fought you. Even so, due to this situation, many more players from the neighboring kingdoms are trying to join Zero Wing now. In addition, several well-known experts from the neighboring kingdoms want to challenge you. However, Fire Dance has accepted these challenges in your place and is currently fighting these experts in the battle arena right now. Well-known experts from other kingdoms are challenging me? Xiaofan could not help but smile upon hearing this. This is a good opportunity. He had never thought that his battle over at the Secret Stone Fortress would spark such a development. Before today, he had received many challenges from experts before. However, back then, these had been limited to the experts of Star Moon Kingdom. Now, however, even the experts of other kingdoms were challenging him. This proved that his fame had already reached a considerable degree in those kingdoms. Otherwise, the well-known experts of those kingdoms wouldn't have come to challenge him. Meanwhile, the fact that these experts had come to challenge him was a good thing for Silverwing Town. Aqua, from today onwards, set up a challenge arena in the battle arena specifically for people wishing to challenge me. However, they cannot just issue a challenge without restrictions. Before I accept their challenge, they'll have to win 10 consecutive matches against people of our choosing. For now, select our fighters from our main force members. The challengers have to pay 5 gold for each match. If the challengers win, they'll get 20 gold in return, Xiaofan said. I understand, Aqua Rose replied, her eyes glowing. With Xiaofang's plan, they could not only increase the popularity of Silverwing Town's battle arena but also earn a lot of money and train the main force members, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Following which, Xiaofan turned to Melancholic Smile, who stood beside Aqua Rose, and asked, Melancholic, how is the production of the all-round devices and elven silver coming along? Before he embarked on his quest to set up a trade route, he had left matters regarding the all-round devices and elven silver to Melancholic Smile to handle. The all-round device was an item he personally created. Hence, he could make as many copies of its design as he wanted. The only reason he had not bothered trying to mass-produce the all-round device until now was the much lower success rate other people would have when producing the all-round device compared to him, the creator. In addition, the production costs for the all-round device were also extremely high. However, now that everyone's forging techniques had improved, it wasn't entirely impossible to mass-produce the all-rounded device. Currently, only I have a feasible success rate when producing the all-round device. Hence, I am the only one producing it right now. I have already made 53 all-round devices. I am still far from fulfilling the 200 pieces you requested. However, Coco has become a master forger in Titan City. If we include her help, I believe it'll take only 1 more day for us to get the required 200 pieces. As for the elven silver, we already have over 200 bottles produced. We can deliver them to you at any time, Melancholic Smile reported joyfully. Coco has already been promoted into a master forger? Xiaofan was overjoyed at this piece of news. A master lifestyle player would be welcomed by any major power, not to mention a master of the forger subclass, which was one of the 3 most popular subclasses. Now that Cream Coco had already become a master forger, the Candlelight trading firm's forging standards would also improve. Although Candlelight had 2 master forgers, as he was a guild leader, he was always busy with one thing or another. He simply could not afford to stay cooped up producing items. Likewise, Melancholic Smile had to manage the Candlelight trading firm. The time she could spend producing items was also very limited. However, Cream Coco was different. She did not have to manage any personnel or deal with guild affairs. She could focus fully on forging. Guild leader, this isn't everything. While you were away doing your quest, the people from the Ice Crystal world sent over another large batch of materials. Save for some of the specialty materials, I split the other materials into batches and had them brought to other kingdoms and empires to be sold. I also reserved a portion for our own use. After deducting our purchasing costs and the cost of the products brought over to the Ice Crystal world, we netted over 53,000 gold from this batch of materials, Melancholic Smile said. That much? Xiaofan was a little surprised when he heard Melancholic Smile's report. While it had been several days since he returned from the Ice Crystal world, he had emptied the market of all the rare materials he could find in the 2 NPC cities before leaving. He had never imagined that the players there would refill the market with materials so quickly. He had to admit that the wealth earned by selling the rare materials obtained from other worlds was truly amazing. Of course, a large part of the success this time was due to the Azura Adventurer Team and Adventurer Alliance. Without these 2 organizations, collecting so many rare materials from the Ice Crystal world wouldn't have been possible. Meanwhile, they had already generated such massive wealth despite occupying only 2 NPC cities. If they could occupy the entire Ice Crystal world, the wealth they could generate would be many times more than even what the Secret Pavilion's magic crystal vein could provide. It was no wonder the various superpowers fought heavily over other worlds during his previous life. Back then, the intense competition for other worlds didn't allow second- and third-rate guilds to poke a hand into the competition. Even first-rate guilds could only fight for the scraps left behind by the various superpowers. Alright, I got it. After pondering for some time, Xiaofan turned to Aqua Rose and said, Aqua, contact Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart and tell them that we'll have their items ready by tomorrow. If they are lacking in magic crystals, they can pay a portion of the bill using coins. I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose nodded. After Xiaofan was done dealing with these matters, he promptly headed to Silverwing Town's advanced smithy. Currently, the advanced smithy was overcrowded with players. The majority of these players were here to disassemble their obsolete weapons and equipment, after which, they would use the materials they obtained to order custom-made weapons and equipment. Whenever these players used the services offered by the advanced smithy, 10% of the total bill would go into Zero Wing's coffers. For the item breakdown service, Zero Wing would receive around 10 to 15 copper for bronze equipment, 20 to 30 copper for mysterious iron equipment, 40 to 50 copper for secret silver equipment, 70 to 80 copper for fine gold equipment, and 1 silver to 1 silver, 50 copper for dark gold equipment. While this might not seem like much, there were tons of people coming to get their old equipment disassembled. Including the money received from repairs and custom orders, Zero Wing earned over 400 gold from the advanced smithy every day. However, this was only the beginning. As players reached higher levels and the fame of the advanced smithy spread, more and more players would come to order custom-made equipment. At that time, the advanced smithy could earn 1,000 to 2,000 gold per day. After Xiaofan took a look at the advanced smithy situation and had his weapons and equipment repaired, he used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. He then made his way to Starmoon City's Adventurers Association. Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. Inside one of the Adventurers Association's VIP rooms. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? The NPC Senior Administrator asked as he looked at Xiaofan. I wish to construct a transportation firm in Silverwing Town. Here is the design for it. I hope that you can start construction as soon as possible, Xiaofan replied before placing the transportation firm design on the table before him. Previously, as his funds had been insufficient, he had planned on setting the transportation firm aside for the moment. However, now that he was rich again, he naturally had to get it constructed as soon as possible. That won't be a problem. The construction fee will be 20,000 gold, the senior administrator said, nodding after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the design Xiaofan presented. Xiaofan then took out 20,000 gold and handed the sum over to the senior administrator. After Xiaofan completed the transaction, a system notification suddenly entered his ears. Chapter 1832, 3 Great Trading Firms. System, congratulations. You are the first player to have constructed a transportation firm. Rewarding 1 silver Twin Lions trading firm token. The system announcement repeated 3 times, the system's emotionless voice echoing in Xiaofan's ears. Upon hearing these words, Xiaofan fell into a daze that lasted for a long time. A silver Twin Lions token? Xiaofan stared in shock at the silver token in his hand. Carved on this circular silver token was the image of 2 lions. There were also golden divine runes etched along its rim. It radiated an extremely ancient aura, obviously having existed for a very long time. Lord Protector, congratulations on obtaining this Twin Lions trading firm token. You are now a silver VIP of the Twin Lions trading firm, one of God's domain's 3 most ancient trading firms. It is very difficult to become one of the trading firm's VIPs. This token will be of great help to you when you are doing business or transporting goods. Lord Protector, please make sure to keep the token secure. You will not be given a new one if you lose it, the NPC Senior Administrator explained. However, at this point, Xiaofan wasn't even listening to the NPC's explanation anymore. After all, he had a clearer understanding of the value of the Twin Lions trading firm's token than even the NPC administrator, having long familiarity with the ability and influence of the trading firm. The Twin Lions trading firm was one of the oldest trading firms extant in God's domain. Its origins were unknown. However, rumor had it that the Twin Lions trading firm had a hand in the establishment of the famous War God's Temple. Although the Twin Lions trading firm currently did not possess as extensive an influence as the War God's Temple, whose influence spanned the entire continent of God's domain, it was still more influential than an ordinary empire. Only the 4 great empires of God's domain could possibly rival the trading firm in influence. Meanwhile, to guilds, the Twin Lions trading firm was much more important than even the 4 great empires. In fact, the trading firm's importance to guilds surpassed the War God's temples. This distinction was because the Twin Lions trading firm's trade routes covered over half of the entire continent. Anyone ferrying non-bag space items would prefer to use the trade routes of the trading firm, as these were much safer than the trade routes operated by players. Aside from the greater danger, player-operated trade routes were far less efficient. By using the Twin Lions trading firm's trade routes, one could save more than half the travel time they would normally need when using a player-operated trade route. However, getting to utilize the Twin Lions trading firm's trade routes was not an easy task. One had to be a member of the Twin Lions trading firm. In other words, they needed to obtain one of the trading firm's tokens. Only then could they transport goods through the trading firm's trade routes. Hence, the various large guilds and merchant players in the past all sought to join the Twin Lions trading firm. Of course, the benefits and treatment one received depended on one's status in the Twin Lions trading firm. VIPs not only got more discounts but also had access to trade routes that were normally not open to lower-ranking members. This was especially true for trade routes in neutral maps. In addition, higher-ranking members also had the privilege of hiring NPC escorts from the Twin Lions trading firm. For example, in the past, due to Shadow's low ranking in the Twin Lions trading firm, Xiaofan had no choice but to lead the guild's delivery runs himself. As a result, they frequently came under attack from NPC bandits. Had Shadow's ranking been enough in the Twin Lions trading firm to hire NPC escorts to serve as a deterrence, the guild's caravans wouldn't have come under attack so frequently. In the Twin Lions trading firm, the token one held represented their rank in the trading firm. From lowest to highest, the ranks were common, bronze, silver, gold, and elder. Although there were only 5 ranks, even the lowest common token was extremely difficult to obtain. On the market, a common Twin Lions token had been worth around 10,000 gold. Even so, nobody who had a token would be willing to sell it. One could easily imagine the difficulty of acquiring a common token. In addition, the Twin Lions trading firm acknowledged only the token and not its owner. There was no way to upgrade a token's rank. The number of tokens distributed also had a limit, and the tokens would all drop upon death. Hence, many players and powers had sought to steal the tokens in the past. From what Xiaofan knew, there were only 99 common tokens, 49 bronze tokens, 24 silver tokens, and 12 golden tokens in the game at any time. As for the Elder token, he had never heard any information about it. However, he expected it to be limited to 10. With the billions of players in God's domain, this small number of tokens simply wasn't enough to satisfy the demand. Hence, every token was extremely valuable, regardless of its rank. In the past, Xiaofan had managed to get his hands on a common token only by a stroke of good luck. He had never dreamed of obtaining a silver token in this life. With this, transporting important items across neutral maps will no longer be a problem. Looking at the Twin Lions token, Xiaofan cooked up many new plans. Non-bag space items were always worth a fortune. This was especially true for specialty products that were unique to a certain area. The main reason for their high value was the high cost of transporting them. However, many items important to players generally required the use of these materials. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, the development of guild towns and cities would also start to require more and more non-bag space items. In addition, some special weapons and tools would necessitate the use of non-bag space items. Hence, the Twin Lions trading firm had been extremely popular among the various large guilds and merchant players. Now that Xiaofan had a silver token, he would have no problem traveling across many neutral maps. He could also use these specialty non-bag space items to make a fortune. In addition, the Twin Lions trading firm would hold an auction once a month. The standard of this auction far surpassed any auction hosted by players and empires. One could say that the Twin Lions trading firm's auction was the highest standard auction in the entire God's domain. In the past, even legendary items had appeared in the auction, as well as fragmented legendary items in significant quantities. As for epic items, they were no different from commonplace items in the auction. In the past, every Twin Lions trading firm auction was a time for the various large guilds to increase their combat power. However, participating in the auction was not easy. At the very minimum, one needed to possess a common token. Depending on the rank of one's token, the number of people one could bring into the auction would differ. The common token allowed only one person entry into the auction venue, whereas the bronze token allowed 2 people, the silver token allowed 3, and the gold token allowed 5. As for the elder token, as nobody had ever obtained one even after 10 years had passed in God's domain, nobody knew how many people the token allowed entry to. It seems I can have Aqua start tasking some people with transporting the diamond would we have stockpiled to the Apocalypse Empire's shipyard. Xiaofan smiled as he looked at the silver token. Previously, as he had been worried about having insufficient strength to protect the shipment, he had not bothered transporting the diamond wood they collected. Now that he had a silver token, he could borrow the Twin Lions trading firm's power. By spending a little money, he could easily send the stockpile of diamond wood over to the Apocalypse Empire. Although he didn't have a bronze speedboat design right now, using diamond wood to construct advanced speedboats would still increase the attributes of the speedboat somewhat. Afterward, Xiaofan contacted Aqua Rose and had her dispatch some guild experts to make the necessary preparations. As for himself, he returned to the Candlelight trading firm and started producing all-round devices. Although Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile could indeed produce enough all-round devices for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, he was also in dire need of the all-round devices himself as he planned to head to the Flame Demon's Valley and activate the World Gate as soon as possible. Only with the help of the Philosopher's Hand could he increase the development speed of Candlelight's lifestyle players. The production of ships required a large number of master engineers, not to mention the production of the Hell Chariots and Guardian Puppets. Having just 2 or 3 master engineers simply wasn't enough. Meanwhile, over at Silverwing Town, the transportation firm's construction was just completed. The sudden appearance of the 3-story, stadium-sized building immediately caused a commotion among the players in the town. Chapter 1833, Gathering at Silverwing Town. The 3-story tall transportation firm was located close to Silverwing Town's main entrance. Meanwhile, 10 level 100 NPC guards stood before the entrance, one of which was a Tier 3 guard captain. The guard captain carried a great sword on his back and wore silver armor. Due to the strict atmosphere around him, players kept a wary distance from the transportation firm, only daring to glance at the building from far away. However, although players did not dare approach the building, one NPC merchant after another nonchalantly entered the firm. Large caravans also moved their goods into the building on a regular basis. After several minutes, the stadium-sized building was crowded with carriages and NPCs. Many players mustered their courage and entered the building after such a lively scene. Amazing! There are so many NPC merchants here. Upon entering the transportation firm's first-floor hall, the curious players immediately spotted many NPC merchants lined up at the front counter, handling some formalities. There were easily over 1,000 NPC merchants in the building, some of which had set up stalls in front of their parked carriages, selling a variety of precious items. The scene was simply dazzling. Meanwhile, the most eye-catching thing in the transportation firm had to be the gigantic crystal hovering in the center of the hall. The crystal displayed the transportation quests available today and their corresponding rewards. The quest difficulty and requirements were also listed. Players' jaws dropped after they inspected the colossal, translucent crystal in the hall. Delivery to Bronze Teeth Town, difficulty, 2-star. Requirement, Tier 2, must have completed 5 1-star quests. Remuneration, 3 gold, 300 contribution points, and 1 void magic gold. Recruiting 6 people. Delivery to Bronze Teeth Town, difficulty, 1-star. Requirement, level 50 or above. Remuneration, 80 silver, 50 contribution points, and 1 smart armor kit recruiting 10 people. Every quest offered tempting rewards. Many expert players drooled over the 2-star quests, in particular. At this stage of the game, many expert players wouldn't earn 3 gold even after a full day of grinding. Although the reward items might not be as valuable as the gold, they were also highly sought after. For example, void magic gold could be used to increase a weapon's sharpness and lower its durability consumption. However, void magic gold wasn't normally sold on the market. To the expert players present, the void magic gold was far more valuable than 3 gold coins. Naturally, the 3-star quest rewards even tempted players from the various major powers. 3-star quests actually awarded rare Tier 2 skill books upon completion. Even the various major powers experts lacked Tier 2 skills. Aside from purchasing such skills with legacy points, players could only obtain them by farming monsters for skill books. However, even the drop rate for Tier 1 skill books was extremely low, not to mention Tier 2 skill books. After everyone finished gawking at the quests on the giant crystal, they noticed an exchange counter. This exchange counter allowed players to spend the contribution points and coins they earned to purchase rare items the NPC merchants sold. The available rare items were impossible to purchase elsewhere. In fact, the NPC merchants even had epic items for sale. Upon seeing these items, the players in the hall immediately went into an uproar. Quick! Notify the guild leader. We must get those epic items before the other guilds. The members of the various major powers immediately contacted their respective guilds' upper echelons and notified them about the transportation firm. As for the independent players present inside the transportation firm, their eyes glowed with excitement upon seeing the item list. Epic items. Independent players only dreamed of obtaining such items, yet as long as they earned enough coins and contribution points, they could purchase these items. In other words, they now had the possibility of acquiring an epic item. For a time, news of the transportation firm spread like a plague throughout the Ore Empire and the neighboring countries. We can purchase epic items just by collecting enough contribution points from quests. There's no status restriction. In that case, our adventurer team can contend with the various large guilds for these epic items. The rewards for Silverwing Town's transportation quests are actually so bountiful. That's at least triple the amount we get from the usual transportation quests. We need to head to Silverwing Town to develop right this instant. Many adventurer teams and independent players decided to shift their base of operations to Silverwing Town. Setting aside the fact that they could earn more money by developing there, the fact that they could purchase top-tier weapons and equipment was the final push. For a time, players swarmed towards Silverwing Town. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? The number of players trying to enter the town has suddenly increased by more than 200,000. By the looks of it, even more people will show up later. However, we've already reached the town's entry limit of 1,500,000 players, and the players waiting outside are making a huge fuss, Yaya, Aqua Rose's assistant, said as she ran up to Aqua Rose, who was currently swamped with work. I understand. Temporarily increased the town's entry limit to 1,800,000, Aqua Rose said, nodding as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Due to the transportation firm's appearance, many merchant players had contacted her, expressing their interest in renting a shop in Silverwing Town long-term. Some top adventurer teams had even asked to garrison in Silverwing Town. These top adventurer teams had declared their willingness to purchase private houses at a high price and sign a garrison agreement with Zero Wing. She never thought that Silverwing Town would become the focal point of the Ore Empire and its several neighboring countries. This had all happened so suddenly, and she hadn't been prepared. Meanwhile, Xiaofan, who currently forged all-round devices in the Candlelight trading firm, remained ignorant of the situation. He simply focused on forging and increased the pile of all-round devices on his table. After working for more than half a day, Xiaofan received joyous news. Liang Jing, his temporary assistant, had finally come to a compromise with Xiao Yu and would officially join God's domain today. Moreover, she had already joined Zero Wing and used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to White River City's guild residence. To help her acclimate to God's domain, Xiaofan decided to have her assist Melancholic Smile in managing White River City's Candlelight trading firm for the moment. This way, Melancholic Smile could somewhat relax. So, this is the Candlelight trading firm? Liang Jing, who wore a set of long, white robes and held a wooden staff, couldn't help but gape at the towering building before her. In her opinion, a virtual reality game was only a form of entertainment. However, after logging into God's domain, she discovered that this game was no different than reality. In fact, she felt that her senses in the game were much sharper than her senses in the real world. If not for the diamond markers and HP bars hovering above the players around her, she'd even have suspected that she had been transported into another world. Aside from God's domain's realism, the number of players she saw in the city also shocked her. She had never thought that White River City would have so many players. The city's commercial district where she currently stood was even livelier than Jinhai City's commercial district. Meanwhile, the most eye-catching building in the district actually belonged to Zero Wing. This was simply inconceivable. "Are you Liang Jing, the person the guild leader mentioned?" While Liang Jing tried to process the new information and environment, she noticed a mellow voice. Turning towards its origin, Liang Jing discovered a beautiful young woman in a luxurious dress. Upon hearing this woman greet Liang Jing, nearby players shot the new woman envious glances. What's going on? Liang Jing was even more confused upon noticing players' reactions. Chapter 1834, Frightening Zero Wing. Looking at the woman approaching her, Liang Jing could feel the weight of the surrounding players' gazes. The long line of players waiting to enter the Candlelight trading firm turned to look at her, as well. If these people were focused on the woman approaching her, she could, more or less, understand their reactions. After all, the woman before her was tall and elegant, with a face and temperament to match. It was only natural that such a graceful woman would attract attention. But these players were focused on her, not this woman. A moment ago, these people had ignored her, yet she had instantly become a sensation the moment this beautiful young woman had called out to her. The beauty greeting Liang Jing was none other than Melancholic Smile. According to Xiaofan, he had found her a capable assistant, although her guild leader had asked that she show Liang Jing the ropes first. "Hello, I am Melancholic Smile. I will be helping you learn about the Candlelight trading firm and all there is to know about our business. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me," Melancholic Smile introduced herself. After Melancholic Smile's introduction, the nearby players went into an uproar. Crap! Who is that woman? Melancholic Smile actually came out to greet her? Could she be some sort of master lifestyle player? That can't be it. She's only level 10, and she isn't wearing a lifestyle insignia. She's definitely a newbie, but she must be someone important if Melancholic came to welcome her personally. Maybe she is the heiress of some major corporation, here to visit the Candlelight trading firm? For a time, the lifestyle players seeking to join the Candlelight trading firm quietly discussed Liang Jing's identity, glancing at the woman with envy and admiration. Not only was Melancholic Smile the Candlelight trading firm's manager, but she was also a master forger. She was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Rumors had it that many superpowers and major corporations had even offered astronomical prices to hire her, but she had rejected them all. Melancholic Smile was an idol to lifestyle players like them. Not only was she very beautiful, but her forging standards also ranked at the apex of God's domain. They all dreamed of a life like the one Melancholic Smile enjoyed. That was also the reason that so many lifestyle players had come from neighboring kingdoms to join Candlelight. Meanwhile, overhearing the nearby lifestyle players' discussions, Liang Jing was inwardly shocked as she examined the player before her. She never thought that this woman held such a high position. She also blushed with embarrassment as she heard the players guess her identity. The heiress of a major corporation? She was only the assistant of the Big Dipper Group's chairman. She was insignificant compared to an heiress. After Melancholic Smile and Liang Jing introduced themselves, they entered the Candlelight trading firm. White River City's Candlelight trading firm was the sole 3-star shop in Star Moon Kingdom. When Liang Jing entered the building, she felt as if she had stepped into a modern shopping mall. Only, the shop had magical elements, unlike a mall in the real world. Customers crowded the first-floor hall, stupefying Liang Jing. She hadn't imagined that a shop in God's domain could be so lively. Melancholic Smile simply smiled at Liang Jing's reaction before leading the new recruit to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor and up were not open to the public, only Candlelight's members had access. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm has over 20,000 lifestyle players. They're split across multiple branches. Among them, over 4,000 have officially signed a contract to become internal members. You could say that Candlelight is the bona fide #1 trading firm throughout Star Moon Kingdom. This shop alone houses a little over 2,000 lifestyle players. In the future, you will manage this shop and its employees, Melancholic Smile explained as she gestured to the various workshops, which contained Candlelight's lifestyle players hard at work. Although you won't have to manage a lot of people at first, once you get used to the job and perform well, I'll have you take over managing Silverwing Town. Things are getting hectic in Silverwing right now. We just increased the entry limit to 1,800,000 people. We'll have to increase this number slowly in the future, so we have a lot to do. As Liang Jing listened to Melancholic Smile's explanation, she wondered if she had heard wrong. Candlelight had over 20,000 employees. Moreover, over 4,000 were officially contracted to the trading firm. In other words, there were over 4,000 players working as full-time employees for Candlelight. This was several times more than the Big Dipper Group's employees. Later, she'd even have to manage a town with 1,800,000 players. This was simply madness. If the situation was as Melancholic Smile had described, as the assistant of the Big Dipper Group's chairman, she was certain that Zero Wing was far wealthier than the Big Dipper Group. There was simply no comparing the two. She had always wondered why Xiaofan acted so nonchalantly towards the Big Dipper Dojo's offers. It had offered a salary and benefits that countless people dreamed of, yet Xiaofan had settled for a temporary position, focusing his efforts on God's domain. Now, she finally understood. It turned out that the Big Dipper Group's offers, which it had deemed quite generous, were little more than a farce to Xiaofan. He had only been working for the Big Dipper as a pastime. Meanwhile, Xiaofan had offered her a position with Zero Wing in God's domain because he had appreciated her management skills, and Xiao Yu wanted to use the opportunity to learn more about Xiaofang's affairs. Whether she chose to work for the Big Dipper Group or Zero Wing Workshop in the future would be up to her. However, right now, she had no idea how she was supposed to report her discoveries to Chairman Xiao. What Liang Jing did not know was that Silverwing Town wasn't Zero Wing's most populated territory. Rather, Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City saw far more traffic with a player population several times higher than Silverwing Town. Elsewhere, Xiaofan, ignorant of Liang Jing's thoughts, still focused on forging all-round devices. Finally, after a full day of work, he had crafted over 100 all-round devices. He had also made quite a few standard level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapons. Thanks to all the EXP from forging, he had finally reached level 68. Although he had killed plenty of monsters when setting up the trade route, due to the NPC's participation, the EXP reward had been significantly reduced. He had only received a lot of EXP after he completed the quest. Even so, it hadn't been enough to push him to level 68. However, compared to his recent level up, the Philosopher's Hand's ability truly surprised Xiaofan. When he used the Philosopher's Soul to help guide him in forging level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapons, the designs he had obtained from Titan City, the finished products had ranged between level 50 and 55. It was a massive improvement. Although a standardized level 55 fine gold weapon was slightly weaker than level 55 fine gold equipment acquired from monsters, it was still considerably stronger than a level 50 fine gold weapon. This was also the case for standardized level 55 dark gold weapons. The highest leveled players in the various large guilds were currently level 55. Hence, trying to acquire level 55 weapons was extremely difficult. Currently, most of these level 55 experts still used level 50 fine gold weapons. If given the choice, these experts would definitely wield a standardized level 55 dark gold weapon. If he sold these standardized dark gold weapons in bulk, he could fetch a higher price than normal. Suddenly, Melancholic Smile contacted Xiaofan and reported, "Guild leader, the representatives from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul have arrived. They're waiting in the second floor VIP reception room." "Alright, I'll head over now." Nodding, Xiaofan collected his forged items and headed to the reception room. Chapter 1835, Massive Profits Candlelight Trading Firm's VIP Reception Room. Currently, Phoenix Rain, Blue Phoenix, Unyielding Heart, and Mu Lingsha waited in the reception room. "Uncle Heart, are the items you mentioned really that effective?" Mu Lingsha asked worriedly. "The guild has employed various methods, but we still haven't made it into the Dark Battleground's inner region. Moreover, the Silent Water's corrosion is extremely powerful. Even the rare advanced toughness potion only extends our survival rate a little. We've shed all pretenses with the Starline Corporation already and are engaged in an all-out war with them. We can only spare a very limited amount of resources. If we spend so many magic crystals, and these items end up being useless, it'll be disastrous." When she had asked Unyielding Heart to lead a team in assisting Zero Wing, she had assumed that the guild only needed some help with a slightly difficult quest, yet when Unyielding Heart had returned, he had told her that Zero Wing had secured the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne's first clear. The report had left her flabbergasted. She had never realized that Zero Wing's main force was so powerful. Moreover, Unyielding Heart had praised Zero Wing's Black Flame. His praise was rare, even in Unyielding Soul. Unyielding Heart had gone on to mention that Zero Wing possessed some special tools that could help them deal with the Dark Battleground's severe environment. This revelation had further increased her shock. Truthfully, she wanted to believe Unyielding Heart's claim, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Their guild had expended a lot of effort to reach the Dark Battleground's inner region, but every method they tried had been a failure. She had even worked herself to the bone to find a solution to this problem. Yet, Unyielding Heart had told her that Zero Wing had 2 items that could help their survival in the map. Moreover, Zero Wing could produce enough of these items for a 100-man team. "Miss Mu, you can rest assured," Unyielding Heart said with a bitter smile. Over the past few days, Mu Lingsha had repeatedly asked him the same question, yet no matter how many times he explained the situation, the young lady refused to believe him. However, it wasn't as if he couldn't understand her feelings. At this point, Unyielding Soul and Starlink, the Starline Corporation's guild, were engaged in a bitter war. As a result, Unyielding Soul spent a frightening amount of resources each day. Meanwhile, purchasing 100 all-round devices and 100 bottles of elven silver would cost them 40,000 magic crystals, and since Zero Wing had produced the items within 3 days, as per their agreement, Unyielding Soul had to pay an additional 5,000 magic crystals. For the guild, 45,000 magic crystals were by no means a small amount. If after paying so many magic crystals, the items were useless, they'd cry with regret. Mu Lingsha found it difficult to respond to Unyielding Heart's comment. She could only hope these items would be as helpful as he claimed. Big Sis Rain, Unyielding Soul's representatives seemed worried about something. Do you think they plan on backing out of the purchase? Blue Phoenix asked as she eyed Mu Lingsha's worried expression. Giggling, she continued, if they do, we'll get to purchase their share as well. Then, we'll have a much easier time exploring the Sea of Death's inner islands. Why would they possibly back out? Phoenix Rain asked, chuckling. Unyielding Soul has fought several large-scale battles against Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire and desperately needs weapons, equipment, and war weapons. Both guilds are furiously fighting for the high-resource maps that yield weapons and equipment. If Unyielding Soul wishes to obtain these items, it'll have to farm high-resource maps with hostile environments. The guild will have a higher chance of securing the items in those maps. Unyielding Soul needs all-rounded devices and elven silver more than anything right now. It can't afford to back out this deal. Blue Phoenix saw the reasoning in her pavilion master's words. The more hostile a map's environment was, the more treasures it would have to offer. Take the Sea of Death, for example. After exploring the sea zone's dangerous islands, the various superpowers had acquired a significant harvest now. All of the various superpowers were organizing large, powerful teams to explore the Sea of Death. However, to explore the map's islands effectively, the superpowers would need items that could reduce the hostile environment's impact on their players. While acquiring a small number of such items was not a problem, acquiring them in bulk was almost impossible. If they could get their hands on the all-round devices and elven silver, even if they didn't use the items for themselves, they could earn impressive profits by reselling them. While both guilds' representatives quietly talked among themselves, the reception room's door swung open. Following which, a cloaked, middle-aged man entered the room, and the occupants fell silent when they saw him. He is Black Flame? Mu Lingsha was shocked when she looked at the new arrival. What a powerful aura! Xiaofan radiated an extremely strong, violent aura. In Mu Lingsha's eyes, Xiaofan felt like a primordial beast, rather than a player. What Mu Lingsha did not know was that the aura didn't belong to Xiaofan. Instead, it radiated from the abyssal blade at his waist. The abyssal blade's aura could no longer be contained after Xiaofan had upgraded it to level 50. Because of this, Xiaofan had chosen to appear as Black Flame for this meeting. Sorry for the long wait, I had some business to deal with, Xiaofan apologized. It's fine. We just arrived as well, Unyielding Heart said, chuckling. Moreover, if it means we can obtain the all-round devices and elven silver, even a several-hour wait would be worth it. Phoenix Rain, who sat close to Unyielding Heart, could not help but smile when she heard the man's words. She hadn't expected Unyielding Heart to be so direct about his desire for the items. Alright, since everyone is here for these two, let's get straight to business, Xiaofan said. He then took out the all-round devices and elven silver he had prepared and placed them on the table before him. After working around the clock with my people, we forged a total of 400 all-round devices and 450 bottles of elven silver. According to our previous agreement, 200 of each item will go to the Phoenix Pavilion Master, while 100 of each item are reserved for Brother Heart. As for the 5,000 magic crystals we agreed on before, we'll just forget about that. I'd like to sell the remaining 100 all-round devices and 150 bottles of elven silver via a private auction. You may bid for these extras with coins. May I know your opinions about this arrangement? All right. I have no problems with that. Upon hearing that Xiaofan had so many extra items, Phoenix Rain could not help but inwardly celebrate. I don't have any arguments, either. Unyielding Heart nodded in agreement. Only, he slightly regretted his previous decision. Had he known Zero Wing was capable of producing so many all-round devices and elven silver, he would have ordered more. However, when he considered his uncertainty about how useful the elven silver would be against the silent water, he dismissed his regret. Hearing the two players' agreement, Xiaofan proceeded with fulfilling their previous arrangements. In the end, Xiaofan received 80,000 magic crystals from Phoenix Rain and 40,000 magic crystals from Unyielding Heart. He then allowed both to bid for the additional all-round devices and elven silver, auctioning the items off in batches of 10. As the transaction could be completed using coins, both guilds bid on the items without issues. In the end, Phoenix Rain had purchased 80 all-round devices and 120 bottles of elven silver, while Unyielding Heart bought the rest. When comparing foundations, Unyielding Soul was definitely superior to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, Unyielding Soul didn't have as much financial freedom due to its war with Starlink. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain had earned quite a bit from the authority she wielded on Thunder Island and the harvests from the Sea of Death. Hence, in terms of financial strength, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was currently stronger than Unyielding Soul. After selling the extra items, Xiaofan had made over 20,000 gold. Both super first-rate guilds were also quite satisfied with the outcome. As the representatives of both guilds were about to leave. Since we've sold the all-round devices and elven silver, let us start the auction for today's main course, Xiaofan said, intentionally dragging out his statement. Main course? You have something even better than the all-round devices and elven silver? Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart gave Xiaofan confused looks. How could he possibly have something more valuable than the two items? Correct. Xiaofan then began to pull the standardized level 55 dark gold weapons from his bag, putting them on display before his guests. Chapter 1836, Arming Teams. The one-handed saber Xiaofan placed on the table looked quite modest, like a very ordinary weapon, yet it radiated the glow unique to dark gold weapons. A dark gold weapon that can be used up to level 55? When Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart looked at the dark gold weapon, they could not help their confusion. In terms of attributes, it was only slightly better than a level 50 dark gold weapon. While it might be very tempting to ordinary expert players, to guild upper echelon like themselves, it was nothing special. Although a level 55 dark gold weapon was indeed very valuable, in terms of usefulness, there was simply no comparison between it and the all-round device or elven silver. Not to mention, the level 55 dark gold weapon Xiaofan just took out did not possess any special traits. It neither added any resistances nor granted extraordinarily high attributes. Hence, they found it truly confusing that Xiaofan was treating this weapon as the finale item. Just as Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were wondering what Xiaofang's intention was by taking out such a plain dark gold weapon, Xiaofan took out another weapon from his bag and placed it on the table. This time, it wasn't a saber but a great sword, instead. He's selling two items? Blue Phoenix, who was watching from the side, was also baffled by this situation. Let alone two level 55 dark gold weapons, even two epic weapons wouldn't be enough to tempt representatives of super first-rate guilds like Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart. However, just as Blue Phoenix was having such thoughts, Xiaofan proceeded to take out another weapon from his bag. Moreover, he showed no signs of stopping, even after revealing the third weapon. 3, 5, 8. By the time 10 level 55 dark gold weapons were laid out on the table, Phoenix Rain's and Unyielding Heart's expressions had changed. While level 55 dark gold weapons were not that easy to obtain, with the current strength Zero Wing's main force possessed, they understood that Zero Wing definitely could acquire some. If it were only 2 or 3 dark gold weapons, they wouldn't have felt particularly surprised by the situation. However, having 10 level 55 dark gold weapons was an entirely different story. As you can imagine, I am able to obtain quite a number of these level 55 dark gold weapons. These 10 articles are merely samples for you to see. What do you think of these weapons? Xiaofan asked, smiling as he looked at the two people wearing serious expressions before him. Currently, he had produced only 10 level 55 dark gold weapons. It wasn't that he did not wish to produce more but that he lacked the materials to do so. While the materials needed to produce these weapons were not very rare and were available in the market, they were not usually sold in large quantities. Collecting a sufficient amount would take considerable time. This was also the reason why the various large guilds that could produce dark gold weapons made only a very limited quantity. In the current God's domain, having 10 level 55 dark gold weapons was already a staggering feat. You still have more of these? Phoenix Rain asked, pleasantly surprised. May I know how many more of these weapons Brother Black Flame has? Unyielding Heart asked hurriedly. A single level 55 dark gold weapon was indeed nothing significant to them because one weapon could improve the combat power of only one player. The improvement would be minimal. However, after reaching a certain quantity, these level 55 dark gold weapons would have much more of an impact. With enough of these weapons, one could elevate the combat power of a team to a whole new level. Meanwhile, this increase in combat power would be very useful when a team was raiding field bosses. Not many, Xiaofan said. Raising 3 fingers, he added, I only have enough to equip a 300-man team. May I know if the two of you are interested in this transaction? Guild Leader Black Flame, you're not joking, right? Enough to equip a 300-man team? Doesn't that mean you have over 100 level 55 dark gold weapons? Mu Lingsha, who sat at a side, asked, her face twitching involuntarily. The weapons placed on the table were all meant for physical classes, none were for magical classes. Even so, trying to equip every physical class in a 300-man team would still require over 100 weapons. Currently, she wasn't even certain whether the various superpowers possessed level 55 dark gold weapons. At the very least, Unyielding Soul definitely did not. No matter how she looked at it, she simply could not accept that Zero Wing could actually take out over 100 of these weapons. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain's and Unyielding Heart's lips also twitched slightly when they heard Xiaofang's words. This revelation truly came as a shock to them. With so many level 55 dark gold weapons, they could construct 3 very powerful 100-man teams. So long as each team had sufficient tier 2 players, even rating level 50, 100-man team dungeons wouldn't be a problem. If they had 3 teams capable of consistently rating level 50, 100-man team dungeons, their guild's income of weapons and equipment would increase drastically. They could even acquire level 50 dungeon set equipment within one cooldown cycle. May I know how Brother Black Flame plans on selling these weapons? Unyielding Heart asked, a passionate flame burning in his eyes. Right, Guild Leader Black Flame, how do you plan on selling these weapons? Phoenix Rain asked in a serious tone as well. She could not help but admit that this finale item was truly a finale among finales. After all, while the all-round devices and Elven Silver only provided them with a chance of obtaining top-tier weapons and equipment, placed right before them was a guarantee of doing so. Simple. Xiaofan then took out 2 sets of documents listing some rare materials and handed these to the 2 people before him. Using the listed materials as the standard and 300 sets of them as one batch, so long as you collect one batch of materials, you may purchase 40 weapons. We'll use these 300 sets of materials as the starting bid. You can then increase the price using magic crystals or coins, with each increment being worth no less than 100 gold. After reading the list of materials Xiaofan provided, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart gasped involuntarily. Although the materials listed were not particularly rare, one full set was already worth quite a lot. Yet, now, they needed 300 sets just to qualify to participate in the auction. Xiaofang's asking price truly wasn't low. I don't have any problems here, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. A first-rate guild would indeed face great difficulty collecting 300 sets of the listed materials. It wasn't a matter of money but of the rarity of the materials. With the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's huge sphere of influence, however, collecting 300 sets within a short period was still doable. Deal. Unyielding Heart was also determined to go through with this transaction. So long as he could obtain 40 of these level 55 dark gold weapons, he would have the confidence to lead his guild's main force to obtain the first clear of a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Moreover, in terms of ability to collect resources, his side was much stronger than Phoenix Rain's. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was an alliance of two guilds. Phoenix Rain could mobilize only half of the guild's resources at most. Since both of you are fine with this, let us start the auction now, then. Upon seeing that both sides found his proposal acceptable, Xiaofan grew even more joyful. Truthfully, even he felt that the amount of materials he was asking for was a little excessive, and he expected that the two guilds might balk at the condition. After all, even the current Zero Wing wasn't capable of collecting 300 sets of the materials at short notice. However, when he thought about how both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul were super first-rate guilds, he concluded that acquiring 300 sets of the materials shouldn't be impossible for them, although it would hurt their pockets slightly. By setting such a high price in the first place, so long as he could acquire 300 sets of the materials required, given his production success rate, which was above 30%, he could instantly earn not only his cost but also quite an amount of materials to arm Zero Wing. Now, however, it would seem that he had somewhat underestimated the foundations of the two super first-rate guilds. After all, the two representatives before him didn't even frown as they agreed to his proposal. Apparently, they were more than capable of acquiring over 300 sets of the materials. Chapter 1837, Titan Guard Upgraded. As Xiaofan started the auction, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart placed bids in a frenzy without any concern for each other. 2,000 gold. 3,000 gold. 5,000 gold. Whether Phoenix Rain or Unyielding Heart won the items, 40 level 55 dark gold weapons would serve a great purpose. These weapons were of the utmost importance to their respective guilds' development. Naturally, they wouldn't hold back. Rather than increasing the bid in 100 gold increments, they increased it by 1,000 gold increments. In just a few minutes, the price had reached 24,000 gold with Unyielding Heart's bid. Including the cost of the materials, the total value of his offer was far more than what these 40 dark gold weapons were worth. However, Unyielding Heart did not care. Even Mu Lingsha had hinted that Unyielding Heart had to acquire the weapons regardless of the cost. Their guild currently competed with Starlink to obtain the first clear of a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Both guilds had already reached the final boss in their respective dungeons, and these weapons would ensure Unyielding Soul's victory. Even if they had to spend a little more coins than expected, they could easily earn back the cost. 30,000 gold. Phoenix Rain instantly raised the price by a significant margin. She had already acquired the all-round devices in Elven Silver, but if she had these dark gold weapons as well, capturing the Sea of Death's inner islands would become far easier. After competing for several more minutes, Phoenix Rain won the first batch of weapons for 40,000 gold and 300 sets of materials. Unyielding Heart then claimed the second batch for 43,000 gold and 300 sets of materials. Although he wanted to win the last batch as well, due to lack of funds and these weapons' ordinary nature, he didn't go all out in the bidding. As a result, Phoenix Rain won the third batch of weapons for 41,000 gold and 300 sets of materials. Super first-rate guilds really are rich. After Xiaofan signed a contract with both sides, joy filled his heart, although he didn't show it. He had to admit that becoming a master forger really was beneficial. Just by selling 3 batches of standardized dark gold weapons, he had earned 124,000 gold and 900 sets of materials. This price far exceeded his initial expectations. Now, he had the money to construct the airport and repair the secret stone forest, in addition to enough materials to arm Zero Wing's members. Had he sold these weapons in single units or to small guilds, he would never have gotten such a good price. However, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul couldn't collect the required materials as easily as Xiaofan had suspected either. This was especially true for Phoenix Rain, who would need roughly 1 day to collect all 300 sets. Unyielding Heart similarly needed a little time to collect all the materials. Xiaofan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could only start crafting the weapons after he obtained the materials, and if the 2 guilds paid him in one go, he wouldn't have their purchased items ready. Hence, as a compromise, Xiaofan had asked both guilds pay a portion of the required materials as a down payment. Only after they brought the remaining materials and funds would he hand over the weapons. With this compromise, not only would he have materials to produce the weapons, but the 2 guilds would also have extra time to collect the remaining materials. Neither Phoenix Rain nor Unyielding Heart had any issues with this arrangement. They hadn't brought enough money for the purchases, to begin with, so it was expected that Xiaofan ask for a down payment. Doing so would also ensure that Zero Wing couldn't sell the 120 dark gold weapons to anyone else. Neither Phoenix Rain nor Unyielding Heart had suspected that Zero Wing had crafted these weapons, they had assumed that the guild had acquired the items from farming monsters. Since their guilds didn't have the full payments ready, a down payment was understandable. Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart had their subordinates deliver the agreed-upon down payment, which was 30% of the full amount. In return, both guilds would be granted a full day to collect the remaining funds and materials. When the 270 sets of materials were delivered, Xiaofan recruited Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa to help him craft the weapons. Although standardized level 55 dark gold weapons required a lot of time to produce, with 3 master forgers working around the clock and the Philosopher's Hand's guidance, it took them no time at all to complete the 120 weapons. After less than half a day, the 3 had used all 270 sets of materials and produced 114 weapons. Including the original 10 Xiaofan had made, they had a total of 124 level 55 dark gold weapons now. Once the weapons had been forged, Xiaofan left the transactions follow-up work to Melancholic Smile. He then contacted Aqua Rose and had her gather 20 main force members. He planned to head to the level 70 neutral map, Flame Demon's Valley. After his trade with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, Xiaofan realized that he had to prioritize unsealing the Philosopher's Hand fully. Partially unsealing the Philosopher's Hand had already been so profitable. If he could fully unseal it, he could nurture a large number of master lifestyle players. Not only would he be able to arm Silverwing Town to the teeth, but he'd also be able to fortify the Lost Town. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about the evil god's temple, which grew stronger with each passing day in the Orc Empire. He wouldn't have to worry about Blackwater either. He could definitely afford a battle of attribution with both the evil god's temple and Blackwater simultaneously. After all, war was a competition of wealth and resources. Thinking up to this point, Xiaofan felt even greater need to head to the Flame Demon's Valley. In less than half an hour, Aqua Rose had gathered Cola, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and the other core upper echelons. As the group approached the guild's meeting room, they chatted and discussed the recent challengers they had faced in Silverwing Town's battle arena. After Xiaofan had set the battle arena's new rules, quite a few famous experts from the neighboring kingdoms and empires visited Silverwing Town to challenge Zero Wing's guild leader. Some experts had also visited the town purely to spar with Zero Wing's experts. The battle arena's popularity in Silverwing Town had skyrocketed, and it was now even more popular than the battle arena in Zero Wing City. Meanwhile, Cola and the others' arrival in White River City's guild hall had caused a commotion among the other guild members. Now that I'm so close to them, I can really feel how powerful our guild's main force members are. Commander Fire Dance is especially powerful. Recently, I've heard that of all the challenges she accepted, she won every single one of them. I've even heard that she defeated the 5th-ranked assassin in the Black Dragon Empire. Commander Fire Dance has a 3-digit winning streak. That's right. I've also heard that on the latest issue of the God's Domain Experts list, Commander Fire Dance ranks as the 319th expert thanks to her excellent battle records. But I still think that she hasn't revealed all of her strength yet. Her rank will definitely climb in the future. That's only natural. However, the current God's Domain ranking list has changed. Now, if you want to earn a spot on the list or improve your rank, you have to be strong enough and have a dazzling battle record. I wonder when I'll become a main force member. I really want to train directly under Commander Fire Dance. The guild holds a qualifying tournament once a month. You can participate as long as you become a core member. Right. I'll work hard to become a core member first. As the players in the guild hall talked about Fire Dance and the other main force members of the guild, a desire to join Zero Wing's main force overwhelmed them. Meanwhile, Xiaofan, who had hidden his appearance under a black cloak, couldn't help but chuckle as he overheard the various conversations. He then made his way toward the guild hall's meeting room. "Guild leader, are we going on a major operation this time?" Cola asked eagerly after Xiaofan entered the room. He had improved significantly in the battle arena lately and itched to display his new strength. "Of course. However, we have to replace your equipment first," Xiaofan said, nodding. "Replace my equipment?" Cola was confused. He currently wore the Dark Corrosion set, the best available Dark Gold set equipment in the game right now, and quite a few of his other pieces were epic rank. He didn't understand what Xiaofan wanted to replace. "Give me your shield first," Xiaofan said. "Shield?" Cola revealed an excited expression as he guessed, could it be? "That's right. We didn't have enough magic crystals before, but we do now," Xiaofan said, nodding. Cola eagerly handed his Titan Guard to Xiaofan, anticipation filling his eyes. Although he had been saving his own magic crystals, it would take him forever to collect 100,000 on his own. Moreover, the guild always needed magic crystals, making it almost impossible for him to upgrade his shield. After Xiaofan received the Titan Guard, he immediately chose to upgrade it. Chapter 1838, Fragmented Legendary Shield's Hidden Effect Inside the Resplendent Meeting Room. After Xiaofan clicked to upgrade the Titan Guard, the shield began to glow with a brilliant light that forced the players in the room to close their eyes. By the time everyone reopened their eyes, they felt a horrific pressure wash over them. Instinctively, these players took up a defensive stance. What's going on? What's with this powerful aura? Could it be from that shield? This can't be possible, right? This aura is as intense as that of a mythic monster. All of these players were experts, and they had experienced countless life-or-death battles. They had long since developed senses that surpassed that of a wild beast. If they hadn't known that they were absolutely safe in this meeting room, they would have pulled out their weapons and prepared for combat. Once the intensity of the Titan Guard's aura reached its peak, it began to fade. "So, this is a fragmented legendary shield?" Xiaofan was inwardly shocked as he felt the Titan Guard become lighter than it had been. Although the shield had never been particularly heavy, holding it still restricted his movement. Now, however, the Titan Guard was as light as a feather. It felt as if the cold, tough metallic frame were merely an illusion. The shield's hidden effect was truly frightening. It was common knowledge in God's domain that shields were so large so the MTs could effectively block a boss's attacks. In return, the shields were considerably heavy. Of course, there were lighter shields, such as wooden or steel bucklers. Although a buckler was easier to use and gave MTs more freedom of movement, its flaws were apparent with a buckler's small size. Blocking attacks properly was strenuous. This was especially true during a high-speed fight. Hence, the various large guilds' MTs usually used large, heavy shields. However, now, not only did the Titan Guard possess a huge defensive area, but it was also light. It was a dream shield for any MT. Moreover, compared to the Titan Guard's hidden effect, its new attributes were truly frightening. Titan Guard, Shield, Fragmented Legendary Rank. Minimum Equipment Level, 50 Equipment Requirement, Strength 1400. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 9450, level 50. Block rate, 39%. Strength plus 245, Endurance plus 224, Agility plus 190. Defense skill plus 3 levels. Reaction ability plus 2. Strength increased by 35%, Agility increased by 30%, and Endurance increased by 30%. Ignore levels plus 20. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. When equipped. All magic damage received reduced by 50%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Paralysis effects reduced by 40%. Frontal damage received reduced by 30%. All resistances increased by 30%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Guardian Shield automatically generates a layer of guardian energy, which can block an attack and absorb a portion of the attack strength to recover user's stamina every 10 seconds. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Iron Wall reduces the impact from incoming attacks by 50%. If attacks are of a lower tier than user, reduces damage by 70%. If attacks are of the same or higher tier than user, reduces damage by 30%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Titan's Heart generates 3 layers of protective energy that absorbs damage equivalent to 10 times of wielder's maximum HP, increases physique by 30%, reaction speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 45 seconds. During this period, battle recovery improved by 800%, and healing received increased by 100%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Titan's Will becomes immune to all control effects. Reduces all damage received by 95% and weakens negative effects by 90%. Increases attack speed by 100% and movement speed by 30%. Starting movement speed set at 80% of maximum movement speed. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Cannot stack with other defensive skills. Additional active skill 3 dash. Titan's Domain, every non-friendly target within a 100-yard radius will increase wielder's basic attributes by 2%, reduces damage received by 1%, and heals wielder by 0.1% HP every second. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 2 hours. Maximum number of targets, 100. With these attributes, an ordinary MT could immediately become a peak MT by equipping the Titan Guard. Guild Leader, how are the attributes? Kola asked excitedly. Take a look for yourself, Xiaofan said, chuckling. He then passed the Titan Guard back to Kola. When Kola received the Titan Guard, he noticed the change to the shield's weight. When he saw the shield's attributes, even his breathing became harsh. "Guild leader, can we go find a mythic boss?" Kola asked, staring at Xiaofan with desire in his eyes. He was like a swordsman that had just acquired a treasured sword and was eager to test out his new weapon. Kola had worn the best equipment in God's domain. Even while wielding the epic rank Titan Guard, he could tank a mythic monster of the same level. Now that Titan Guard had been upgraded, he felt that he could face a mythic monster head-on. Of course, he knew that was a misconception. After all, a mythic monster was still a mythic monster. Although he couldn't face a mythic monster in a direct confrontation, he was confident of tanking a mythic monster by himself. Whether or not he could kill the monster would depend on his team's DPS. "Relax. You'll have plenty of opportunities later," Xiaofan assured his guildmate, smiling. Xiaofan had already been roughly 50% certain that he could complete his quest in the Flame Demon's Valley, but with the fragmented legendary rank Titan Guard, his success rate had risen to 80% at the minimum. Following which, Xiaofan had everyone switch to fire resistance equipment. He also allocated several all-round devices, Elven Silver, and the master-ranked fire resistance potion, which Silent Wonder had crafted. His teammates were confused. After equipping the fire resistance equipment, they had over 100 points in fire resistance. With so much, they shouldn't have any issues raiding the current large-scale team dungeons with high-temperature environments, yet Xiaofan wanted them to use master fire resistance potions as well. Just where were they going? "We're heading to the Flame Demon's Valley. Before we go, I have to remind you all that once we're in the valley, you must follow me closely. You absolutely must not get lost," Xiaofan said. "The Flame Demon's Valley? Isn't that a level 70+ danger zone?" Aqua Rose, who was relatively familiar with God's domain's maps, asked, shocked. The other players gasped and they heard Aqua Rose's question. While they weren't familiar with the Flame Demon's Valley, they knew what a danger zone was. The Black Dragon Empire had quite a few danger zones, as did Starmoon Kingdom. However, they had never heard of a guild successfully exploring either country's level 30 to 40 danger zones. At most, some guilds had played around in these danger zones' outer regions, but they didn't dare venture to the inner areas as death was almost certain upon entry. While part of the reason was the danger zone's extraordinarily harsh environments, the map's monsters were far more dangerous and extremely powerful. Not only did the danger zone's monsters have incredibly high basic attributes, but they also displayed very high combat standards. Even the weakest monster in danger zones had combat standards at the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. Meanwhile, as one ventured further into the zone, they'd face even stronger monsters. Near the inner regions, one would begin to encounter monsters that could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Just thinking about a group of several hundred of such monsters would make any expert player shudder with fear. Yet, Xiaofan had so casually mentioned that they were about to head to a level 70+ danger zone. If Aqua Rose hadn't told them about the Flame Demon's Valley, they would have assumed that they were going to some ordinary map based on Xiaofan's tone. "Relax. I've already investigated the area. Once we enter, you just need to follow my lead." Naturally, Xiaofan knew what kind of horrors to expect in the Flame Demon's Valley. Danger zones are also blessed maps. They are the best places to refine your skills. Don't you want to grow stronger? Hearing Xiaofan's explanation, everyone's eyes glowed with excitement and anticipation. While they had fought in Silverwing Town's battle arena, they had realized how vast God's domain truly was. Although many of the challengers hadn't been famous, their combat standards had been extraordinary. They had only managed to defeat these experts thanks to their superior equipment. Now that they had learned of a place where they could train and improve their abilities, of course, they wanted to visit it. Xiaofan then led his team to Starmoon City before teleporting to the Flame Dragon Empire and again to one of its border towns. In the end, Xiaofan used the 7 Luminaries Ring spatial gate to transport everyone across the remaining distance. After several hours, the team finally arrived before a valley that radiated waves of heat. Despite just standing at the valley's entrance, the area was hot enough to sting their skin. They did not even dare to imagine how high the temperature would be once they entered the valley. Guild leader, there seemed to be some people ahead, Minor Wind, who had used eagle eyes to observe their surroundings, suddenly reported as he pointed at the smoke-choked path ahead of them. People? Xiaofan was astonished. Just getting to the Flame Demon's Valley was a difficult task for current players, not to mention fighting in such a harsh environment. Amazing! They're fighting a level 72 boss. And they're overwhelming it. Minor Wind exclaimed as he watched these players fight. Guild leader, some of our guild members are among them. Our guild? How? Xiaofan was even more surprised to hear that his people were present. Following which, Minor Wind sent Xiaofan a recording. Why are they here? As Xiaofan watched the video, he discovered that there really were Zero Wing members among the group. One of them was the elementalist Thoughtful Rain, and the other was the cleric Blue Bamboo. Both wore Zero Wing's six-winged emblem. Currently, Thoughtful Rain was level 56, while Blue Bamboo was level 55. In terms of levels, these two could already contend with the various superpowers experts. Guild leader, what should we do? Aqua Rose asked. Normally, players would be on guard when they encountered others in the fields. After all, PKs were far from uncommon. If one were not careful, other players might even mug them. Furthermore, the unexpected party was engaged in a boss fight. They should be even more on guard. However, the Flame Demon's Valley only had one entrance. They couldn't just wait until the other party finished their raid. Moreover, they had already used their all-round devices, Elven Silver, and Master Fire Resistance potions, all of which had time limits. Let's wait and watch them for now, Xiaofan said after giving the matter some thought. Chapter 1839, Neutral Races. Piles of large rocks decorated the scorching valley. Due to the constant screen of black smoke from within the valley, it was extremely difficult to examine the area with the naked eye. One would be fortunate if they could see up to 200 yards away. Even those with stronger physiques would only see an additional 20 or 30 yards. Only with skills like Eagle Eyes could players see up to 700 to 800 yards. While 700 or 800 yards might seem far, it was nothing to monsters in a level 70+ danger zone. These monsters could normally see up to 500 yards. Due to the level difference between these monsters and Zero Wings players, the monsters would have an easier time discovering them. If they were not careful, the monsters might even notice them from 800 yards away. Under Xiaofang's lead, Zero Wings' team quickly moved to 200 yards away from Thoughtful Rain's team. Rocks and smoke obscured their position, so the other team would find it difficult to notice their presence. Isn't that Rain? Aqua Rose was a little surprised as she watched Thoughtful Rain in battle. Her combat standard has improved by quite a bit. Thoughtful Rain dealt with 3 level 70 Lord-ranked Flame Demon guards, which moved alongside the boss monster, by herself, yet despite being outleveled and outnumbered, she faced the 3 lords on equal footing. She had thoroughly distracted the 3 flaming humanoids, allowing her teammates to focus on the boss. It was evident that her combat standard had already reached the refinement realm. However, Thoughtful Rain's teammates were even more surprising. None of these players were human, but foreign races. They were either half-beastmen with tiger ears and tails or half-elves with snowy white skin and pointed ears. What is going on? They're not actually human. Fire Dance exclaimed in shock. Every player on Zero Wings' team was shocked. As far as they knew, it was only possible to play a human when starting the game. There weren't any other races to choose from. Although they had encountered demon players and monster players, they were transformations. Technically, they still identified as human. However, the players on Thoughtful Rain's team were different. Their initial statistics showed that they weren't humans who could transform. Instead, their races identified as half-beastmen or half-elves. While Xiaofan found the situation surprising as well, he did not find it particularly strange. Moreover, he finally understood why these other players were here. In God's domain, players were only allowed to play as human at the start of the game. There were no other racial options to choose from. However, after reaching level 30 and beyond, players could head to neutral races' habitats to complete conversion quests, becoming half-beastmen or half-elves. Although players would gain some racial abilities after becoming half-beastmen or half-elves, they'd abandon their identities as human and lose the protection of God's domain's ruling race. These players would find it far more difficult to move about on the continent and in the game. Not all kingdoms and empires permitted entry to neutral races. Only a very small number of countries did so. Even so, there were still many expert players that willingly converted. Neutral races' racial abilities were very tempting, and although these abilities wouldn't improve one's basic attributes directly, they would improve one's physical abilities. For example, half-beastmen generally gained more mobility, reaction speed, and perception. Half-beastmen were natural-born warriors. As for half-elves, they were magic's favored children. They would find magic-related tasks far easier than the other races. Both the half-beastmen and half-elf races also provided higher innate resistances. As a result, neutral players could survive and fight in maps with harsh environments, such as danger zones. In addition, like demon players, half-beastmen and half-elves were differentiated based on their bloodline purity. The purer one's bloodline, the stronger their racial abilities would be. In exchange for these benefits, not only would players face racial discrimination, but they'd also have a more difficult time upgrading their tiers. With the same combat standards and combat power, a human might be promoted to Tier 3, but a half-beastman or half-elf might only reach Tier 2. This was one of the main reasons that the human race oppressed the various neutral races. The human race had far more apex members than the neutral races. This was the law of equivalent exchange in God's domain, and it would be up to players to decide which path they would take. Those who were confident in their strength could definitely challenge the limitations neutral races faced. If they successfully broke past those limitations, they would no doubt become much stronger than human players of the same tier. After Xiaofang's team observed these neutral players for some time, the level 72 Great Lord ranked Flame Demon Commander's HP finally fell to 50%. Suddenly, a level 56, half-elf female elementalist shouted, "Melee players, pull back. Dodge the boss's team wipe skill." Hearing this half-elf's command, the 9 half-beastman players fighting the Flame Demon Commander darted back from the boss. The 6-meter-tall Flame Demon Commander roared. Towering pillars of fire rose from the ground around it, melting the earth until it was molten lava. In the blink of an eye, the monster had formed a field of lava void of life. As the lava field continued to expand, the half-elf elementalist used a Tier 2 Ice-type curse, Ice River. The lava then stilled, cooling until only frozen dirt remained. The Flame Demon Commander was also frozen, becoming an ice sculpture. "Attack with everything you've got," the half-elf elementalist shouted. With the half-elf elementalist's command, everyone bombarded the level 72 Great Lord with their most powerful attacks, decreasing the Great Lord's HP much faster than before. Frightening damages appeared above the Great Lord's head, one after another. Even the weakest attacks dealt over -10,000 damage, whereas the stronger blows dealt over -20,000 damage. In 2 short minutes, the Flame Demon Commander's HP fell to 30%. Once it did, the Great Lord's flaming body split into balls of flame, forming miniature Flame Demon Commanders. There were 50 miniature versions of the Great Lord, and each one had half of the Flame Demon Commander's basic attributes. They were still stronger than the Lord-ranked Flame Demon Guards, but they only had 600,000 HP each. Despite so many miniature flame demon commanders, the half-beastmen and half-elves coped. Each player fought 2 or 3 copies and steadily shaved away the copy's HP. Once every miniature flame demon commander had died, the flames gathered and merged once more. In the blink of an eye, the real flame demon commander stood before the team. This time, however, it only had 10% of its HP remaining. It took less than 2 minutes for the team of neutral players to kill the flame demon commander. As the Great Lord's flaming body dissipated, it left behind 5 items and flaming wreckage. Even a large guild's main force would be awed by how fast these players had dealt with a level 72 Great Lord. After watching these neutral players slay the boss, a voice called out to Xiaofan as he prepared to lead his team over to greet the other players. "You guys have been watching us fight for quite some time now. It's about time you show yourselves, don't you think?" the female half-elf elementalist asked coldly as she turned towards the rock Xiaofan and the others hid behind. "If you refuse, we'll come to you." Hearing the female half-elf statement, the other half-beastmen and half-elves turned toward Zero Wing's members with frosty expressions. Chapter 1840, No Need for Explanations. "Guild leader, it seems that we've been discovered," Aqua Rose said as she felt the killing intent radiating from the female half-elf elementalist. However, she did not reveal any signs of panic at being discovered. Instead, she calmly smiled and said, "It also seems that the other party doesn't appreciate our good intentions." "Forget it, since they don't, so be it," Xiaofan said, shaking his head and laughing. "Since they've spoken, let's head over." Kill stealing was a frequent occurrence in the fields. For such expert neutral players to come all the way to such a high-level danger zone, it was highly unlikely that they were just here to kill bosses. The only possibility he could think of was that these players were here for a high-ranked quest or had found a clue leading to one. Either way, they wouldn't like being discovered by other players. For example, Xiaofan didn't want anyone to learn about his quest to unseal the Philosopher's Hand. If they did, it would definitely cause trouble for him and his guild. Even now, he hadn't told anyone about the quest, not even his teammates. Any players that had an important quest or were trying to pick one up would conceal their activities. When discovered, they'd greet the offending players with hostility. It wouldn't even be surprising if these players attacked without warning. Hence, to avoid a misunderstanding, Xiaofan had decided to maintain his distance, hiding his team throughout the raid. First, he wanted to avoid unnecessary combat. Second, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were members of this neutral team. If Zero Wing's members suddenly showed up in this deserted area, the team would suspect Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo of leaking information. Third, he didn't want others to know what Zero Wing was doing in the Flame Demon's Valley. However, the female half-elf elementalist's perception had exceeded Xiaofang's expectations. He had never expected the woman to sense them 200 yards away despite her involvement in the intense battle. Even with his physique, he had barely seen the battle from this distance. The only other player that had seen the battle clearly was Minor Wind, who had activated Eagle Eyes. The other team's members had been busy with the fight, making it impossible to maintain Eagle Eyes. Hence, he hadn't expected to be discovered. However, since the team had noticed them, he had no choice but to reveal himself and see how events unfolded. Meanwhile, the half-beastmen and half-elves warily watched Xiaofang's group approach. "Guild leader, our tracks have been discovered. Should we kill them?" A level 55, Tier 2 berserker, a half-beastman in armor and wielding a white-boned spear, asked, lacing his words with killing intent. "Let's hear them out first. At the end of the day, this map is controlled by the human race. Moreover, we're already halfway through our quest. An interruption will only make it more difficult to complete," the female half-elf elementalist quietly responded. During the battle, she had discovered Xiaofang's group, but she had remained silent about it to see what the other players intended at first. she had assumed that the team was here to steal, but even after the boss had died, Xiaofang's group had been motionless. This proved that Xiaofang's group had no designs on their loot. Even so, she couldn't let the other party follow them. After all, she had an important quest to complete. She could only expose the team and persuade them to leave. Of course, the decision had some risk. If negotiations soured, it was likely they would have to fight each other. If Xiaofang's group insisted on following them, she would have to act. Her quest offered an extraordinary reward, which would qualitatively transform their guild. With this reward, it was entirely possible that their guild would instantly become as strong as a first-rate guild. As Xiaofang's group increasingly closer to the female half-elf's team, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were busy with 3 flame demon guards, stared with wide eyes. "Rain, aren't they from our guild? Even Vice Guild Leader Aqua and Commander Fire Dance are here," Blue Bamboo said, stupefied. "What should we do? Will Big Sis Melody suspect us of leaking information?" The team they had joined on this expedition to the Flame Demon's Valley for a quest was extremely important to Melody, the guild leader of Ninth Heaven. This quest could even determine the life or death of Melody's guild. Hence, the woman had repeatedly forbidden them from telling anyone about the quest. Neither she nor Thoughtful Rain had spoken a word of their actions, yet their guild members had shown up here. At this point, avoiding a misunderstanding was almost impossible. "We don't have a choice. We have to explain to Big Sis Melody and hope that she understands." "But this is really a terrible coincidence," Thoughtful Rain, who kept the 3 flame demon guards busy, said helplessly. Unfortunately, as Xiaofang's group approached, Melody and the other Ninth Heaven members noticed the 6-winged emblem on these players' chests. A 6-winged emblem? Isn't that the same one that Rain and Blue wear? Could they be Zero Wings members? "Guild leader, we haven't said anything about this operation to anyone. How could Zero Wings members be here? Could it be? Did Rain and Blue? I knew outsiders couldn't." Suddenly, the half-beastmen and half-elves turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Although they did not question the two directly, they watched the women with questioning gazes. "Enough. I'll handle this." Melody roared as she shot her team members a chilling look. "Let's find out why they're here first." Suddenly, this team of neutral players heard a deep voice. "I am Black Flame, Zero Wings Guild Leader. My team and I have a task in the Flame Demon's Valley. May I ask you to remain here for some time? Once we're done, we'll invite you in." Xiaofang's voice was sonorous, echoing throughout the valley. Moreover, his aura was imposing. He felt like an ancient behemoth that had just woken. Damn it! It's true. When Melody's team members heard Xiaofang's statement, they glared at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo with indignation. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were at a loss for words. They felt as if any explanation would be useless. "Guild leader, since they've come to steal our quest, we should kill them," one of the Tier 2 berserkers said, exuding killing intent. "I want to see just how powerful Zero Wing truly is." They had more or less heard of Zero Wing. This guild, which had started with nothing, had gone on to take control of Star Moon Kingdom. The guild was powerful enough to rival a first-rate guild, many times stronger than Ninth Heaven. However, they didn't think that they'd lose to Zero Wing's experts in terms of individual combat standards. They had the innate advantage of half-beastmen and half-elves, which would be particularly prominent in PvP. Waving to her teammates for quiet, Melody turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. In a low tone, she asked, "I just want to ask one thing. Did you two leak our secret?" "Big Sis Melody, we didn't say anything about this," Thoughtful Rain insisted. Blue Bamboo nodded, repeated, firm resolution in her eyes. "All right, I believe you," Melody said, revealing a gentle smile. She did not think that Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo would betray her trust. She then turned back to Xiaofan and said, "Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Melody, the Guild Leader of Ninth Heaven. May I know why we cannot enter? That way, I'll understand what I should do. Although there was no arrogance in Melody's voice, her voice held no deference, either. Rather, her tone contained questions and threats. Depending on Xiaofang's explanation, she wouldn't shy from a battle to the death or mutual destruction. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo tensed. The reason? Xiaofan suddenly laughed. I'm afraid that you don't qualify to demand answers from me. Moreover, Zero Wing has never needed to explain itself. All you need to know is that you are not allowed entry for the moment. If you refuse, I'll simply treat you like the other monsters. Xiaofan then swung Killing Ray at the Flame Demon guards chasing Thoughtful Rain, tearing the space before him. A golden lightning bolt struck one of the three lords from over 60 yards away. The powerful Flame Demon guards then fell to one knee, the strike leaving a deep gash in their flesh. All three lords were heavily injured. Meanwhile, a damage of over -100,000 appeared above the Flame Demon guards' heads. Among the three lords, one even suffered nearly -300,000 damage. But compared to Xiaofang's damage, what truly surprised the other guild leader was his ability to land his attack against the three moving lords without harming Thoughtful Rain, despite being over 60 yards away. Moreover, Xiaofan had sent his attack through the other team, striking the Flame Demon guards before they had been able to react. Xiaofang's timing and skill usage were godlike. This stunned Melody and the Ninth Heaven members, who had planned to put up a fight. Without another word, Xiaofan led his team into the Flame Demon's Valley, leaving the dumbstruck members of Ninth Heaven behind. Chapter 1841, Rich Danger Zone. Melody and her teammates only breathed a sigh of relief after Xiaofang's group had vanished. Too strong. The strength and frightening aura Xiaofan had displayed had been stifling. For a moment, they even thought that they had already died. So, that is Rain and Blue's guild? How could such a powerful expert exist? When Ninth Heaven's members turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who still fought the three Flame Demon guards, they watched the women with shock and fear. They had never realized that Zero Wing was so powerful. The racial talents they were so proud of were little more than a joke before Xiaofan. Even Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had thought that they understood their own guild, couldn't help but gape after witnessing Xiaofang's attack. Not only had Xiaofang's single attack alleviated the pressure they faced, but he had also shocked Ninth Heaven's experts, deterring them from attacking. Among the Ninth Heaven experts present, quite a few were even stronger than the two of them. This was especially true for Melody. Melody wore 3 pieces of epic equipment and had stronger combat standards than them, yet against Xiaofang's attack, even she had failed to react. Melody also could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly as she looked at the 3 Flame Demon guards' wounds. She had intended on threatening Zero Wing and questioning Zero Wing's purpose in the Flame Demon's Valley. After all, both teams had roughly the same number of players. Even if their teams fought, she did not think that her team would lose. At worst, their teams would suffer mutual destruction. However, reality proved that her thoughts were laughable. Guild leader, what should we do? Are we going to give up, just like that? A tall, robust Tier 2 Tigerman Berserker asked. Before he had seen Xiaofang's power, he had been confident in defeating Zero Wing's members, but after, he understood one thing: he absolutely must not clash with Xiaofan. He would only find his death if he did. He hadn't only come to that conclusion because of Xiaofang's superior basic attributes, but also because of the technique the swordsman had displayed. Why should we give up? We've gone to great lengths to find this quest, and Flame Demon's Valley is so large. Do you really think that they have eyes in every corner of the valley? A Tier 2 female ranger carrying an icy, crystalline bow said, clicking her tongue. She had no intentions of giving up on their quest. Moreover, she refused to believe that Xiaofan's group would notice them sneaking into the Flame Demon's Valley. Forget it. Let's just wait here, Melody said, shaking her head. I don't think that Zero Wing is here for our quest, anyway. They must be here for something more important. Otherwise, with Zero Wing's strength, they wouldn't need to waste words on us. They could have simply gotten rid of us before entering the valley. Hearing Melody's decision, the other members nodded in agreement, seeing the logic in her words. It would have been much easier and safer just to get rid of them, rather than asking them to wait at the valley's entrance. They had just witnessed Xiaofang's prowess personally, and they doubted that he'd need long to annihilate their team. If Xiaofan wished it, he could have killed several of them with that attack, and they would have been powerless to do anything about it. We should also thank Rain and Blue. Large guilds generally dislike others following them during a large-scale operation. Generally, they seal off the area. Even if they don't, they tend to get rid of any potential threats, yet Black Flame had simply forbidden us from entering the valley, rather than kill us. Let's not stir up any more trouble, Melody explained. When large guilds were on an important mission, they definitely didn't show mercy. The fact that they were still alive was all thanks to thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's membership in Zero Wing. If not for these two women, she didn't dare imagine what kind of outcome her team would have suffered. Upon hearing Melody's explanation, her teammates gave thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo grateful and apologetic looks. They now felt that their decision to invite the women on this mission had been a wise one. Otherwise, they would have likely died an unjust death at the entrance of the Flame Demon's Valley. This turn of events had also bewildered thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who still tried to figure out how to clear up the prior misunderstanding. A moment ago, the team had been hostile towards them, but now, their teammates seemed grateful and cordial. It felt like they had been dropped into hell before being thrown into heaven in the next moment. They had no idea how to react. Zero Wing is so strong, guild leader. And I've heard that Candlelight, the guild's trading firm, is doing quite well. Both Rain and Blue are Zero Wing's core members. If we can get acquainted with Black Flame through them and partner with Zero Wing, our guild's development in Forest City will definitely go more smoothly, the Tigerman Berserker quietly suggested as he looked at thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. I get what you're trying to say. I'll ask them for their opinions later. However, I must say this, if they don't want to help us in that way or find it too difficult, you will let the matter rest, Melody nodded as she turned to the Tigerman Berserker in surprise. Previously, the Tigerman Berserker had been very opinionated about thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's participation in this operation. She had never expected him to suggest that they cozy up to the women. The Tigerman Berserker nodded silently in response. Meanwhile, in the Flame Demon's Valley, Xiaofan remained ignorant of the fact that his behavior had made thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo VIPs in Ninth Heaven. He simply led his team toward the Flame Demon's Valley's core region. Although the Flame Demon's Valley didn't house a lot of flame demons, as a danger zone, its severe environment was incredibly uncomfortable for those who entered. Despite having equipped fire resistance items and drinking master flame resistance potions, Zero Wing's team sweltered in the heat. This prevented them from displaying their full strength. Although Xiaofan had been very careful in selecting their path, due to Aqua Rose and the others' low levels, they still attracted flame demons. They had no choice but to engage in a few fights, slowing their advance considerably. However, killing the flame demons also granted a bountiful harvest. Although the monsters lacked equipment drops, they did drop enough fire-type materials to earn a small fortune. This was especially true for the flame crystal the flame demons dropped. These flame crystals could be turned into flame gemstones, which could be equipped on weapons. When equipped, the flame gemstone gave the weapons an additional 10% flame damage. This was an excellent item for players like them, who struggle to increase their combat power. Unfortunately, the flame gemstones were consumable items, unlike ordinary attribute gemstones, which could be used indefinitely. Even so, the flame gemstones were an excellent item. After advancing for around 4 hours, Zero Wing's members finally reached the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Xiaofan then contacted Thoughtful Rain and notified her that her team could now enter the Flame Demon's Valley. To current players, the Flame Demon's Valley's core was absolutely off-limits, even for half-beastmen and half-elves. Without the all-round devices, Elven Silver, and sufficiently high fire resistance, players would die in a matter of seconds upon setting foot in this area. Hence, he was not worried that others would discover his activities. After another half an hour, Fire Dance, who scouted ahead, excitedly reported in the team chat, "Guild leader, I found something." "Something good?" Xiaofan muttered, curious when he heard Fire Dance's trembling, excited voice. The Flame Demon's Valley was a danger zone. It had many valuable things to offer. She shouldn't have sounded so excited. "Guild leader, you won't guess what I've found. I actually found an ore vein," Fire Dance proudly proclaimed. Chapter 1842, Attributed Ore Vein. Upon hearing Fire Dance mention an ore vein, everyone's eyes glowed with excitement. Ore veins were extremely rare in God's domain and particularly in Star Moon Kingdom. This was because Star Moon Kingdom was a relatively balanced kingdom. While the kingdom had no lack of herbs, ores, wood, and food materials, it did not specialize in any of these resources. Hence, ore veins were very rare in the kingdom. Whenever one was found, it would be highly contested over. An ore vein? What type is it? Xiaofan asked curiously. He wasn't particularly surprised by the fact that an ore vein had appeared in the Flame Demon's Valley. After all, this was a mountainous region. It was also a danger zone, a map famed for abundant resources. However, although ore veins were generally quite valuable, they were also differentiated by rank. For example, the difference between a bronze vein and a magic crystal vein was like heaven and earth. Although a bronze vein could tempt ordinary large guilds, it wouldn't be particularly helpful to Zero Wing. At the very least, it wouldn't be occupying if it were in the Flame Demon's Valley. The Flame Demon's Valley was a danger zone and home to very dangerous monsters. The map's harsh environment would only make it even more difficult to mine the vein. Even super guilds had a hard time setting up mining operations in danger zones within kingdoms and empires, and the Flame Demon's Valley was both a neutral map and a danger zone. Normally, superpowers ignored ore veins in danger zones. The rewards simply weren't worth the effort. "A source fire vein!" Fire Dance exclaimed. When Fire Dance reported the vein's identity, her teammates let out a gasp. In their opinion, finding a copper or mithril vein was already exciting, yet they had stumbled across a source fire vein. Source fire? Xiaofang's heart raced upon hearing this. A source fire vein was a bona fide grade 2 vein. Unlike ordinary grade 2 veins, a source fire vein was also an attributed ore vein. It was extremely rare even among grade 2 veins. Normally, an ore vein didn't attributes, just like how ores were normally unattributed. However, if an ore had an attribute, its price would increase by several fold. For example, frost steel ore was an ice-type ore. When using this type of ore to forge weapons, the weapons produced would deal additional frost damage. When used to produce equipment, the equipment would have additional ice resistance. This was why attributed ore veins were far more valuable than their non-attributed counterparts. Superpowers would even fight over a grade 3 attributed vein, not to mention a grade 2 vein. If the various superpowers found out about this source fire vein, they would do everything they could to acquire it. The vein might not be as valuable as a grade 1 vein, but it would greatly help their members when raiding dungeons or exploring new maps. Even if the price were great, they would pay it to secure the source fire vein. However, Xiaofan had never heard of an attributed or vein in the Flame Demon's Valley in the past, leaving him a little confused. Had such a vein existed, the Flame Demon's Valley would have been a battlefield for the various superpowers, rather than some obscure map that no one cared about. Send the coordinates. We'll head there immediately. Thinking up to this point, Xiaofan wanted to verify the authenticity of the vein. If the source fire vein were real, it could help Zero Wing's rapid advance in both ship and weapon production. After Fire Dance relayed her current coordinates, Xiaofan led the team, slowly approaching the assassin's location. Fire Dance was situated before a canyon that was surrounded by mountains and lava. The canyon was clear of black smoke, so visibility was excellent. Only, the terrain was extremely dangerous. There were also a large number of giant lava beasts in the area. Moreover, laying at the canyon's entrance was a gigantic, level 80 mythic ranked beast. Lava Hound, elemental creature, mythic, level 80. HP 450,000/450,000,000. Everyone felt their heads ache when they saw the two-headed lava hound guarding the canyon's entrance. However, they could clearly see a cave in the distance with some crimson ore around its entrance. This crimson ore was none other than Source Fire Oregon. It's actually real? Xiaofang's eyes burned with desire as he gazed at the Source Fire Oregon. Although the vein seemed small, it was definitely a Source Fire vein. How unfortunate. There are too many lava monsters nearby. There's even a level 80 mythic monster guarding the canyon's entrance. We don't have a chance of securing the vein, Aqua Rose said, slightly frustrated as she looked at the cave entrance. With their current strength, they might be able to defeat level 60 mythic monsters, but a level 80 mythic ranked monster was still too difficult. Furthermore, they had to fight the lava creature in such an extreme environment. Under such circumstances, they wouldn't be able to defeat the lava hound even if they were level 80. This was because this was a danger zone. The monsters here had much higher combat standards than monsters in a normal map. Including the frightening attributes of a mythic monster, they had no hope against the level 80 lava hound unless they returned at level 90 or 100. Lava creatures were different from ordinary monsters. Players would be subjected to the burning heat radiating from the monster's body if they got close to it. Even if players had sufficiently high fire resistance to avoid taking any damage, they'd still feel the searing pain. This pain would significantly affect players' combat power and prevent them from fighting at their best. However, this was not the most frightening aspect about lava creatures. Lava creatures' corrosive ability was far more dangerous. Weapons and equipment would rapidly lose durability when they came into contact with these creatures. If the items lost all durability mid-battle, they'd be permanently lost. Because of this, players tried to avoid lava monsters as much as possible. Meanwhile, every monster in the canyon was a lava creature. Trying to clear out these monsters long-term would be hell. Not only would they fail to acquire the vein, but they would also sacrifice a large number of weapons and equipment. If they tried to construct a mining base here, a large number of monsters would assault the base during its construction. If the mining base were destroyed, all resources they had invested would be lost. On the off chance that they managed to construct a mining base here, there was also the problem of manpower. Zero Wing simply couldn't afford to station a lot of players here. This was the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Its harsh environment could easily kill the guild's players. Players needed sufficiently high fire resistance to survive here. They were only able to explore this area because they were fully equipped in fire resistance equipment and had consumed master fire resistance potions. If any other player stood in their place right now, the extreme temperatures would have long since claimed their lives. The rest of the team agreed with Aqua Rose's assessment, a little disappointed. While the source fire vein before them was a priceless treasure, they could only afford to view it from afar. Meanwhile, as Xiaofan examined the roaming lava monsters, he fell deep into thought. Not many people knew the true value of an attributed or vein in God's domain yet. However, he did. The source fire vein would be particularly valuable to the current Zero Wing. Not only did the vein produce source fire ore, which could be used to increase the guild's overall combat power by a significant margin, but the vein also produced the super-rare byproduct, flame source crystals. Flame source crystals were incredibly useful to master alchemists, but they were also one of the main materials to produce the epic set equipment, Broken Steel, a set exclusive to his Blade Saint class. Lava creatures? After carefully observing the terrain and the wandering lava monsters, Xiaofan said, while it would be impossible to set up a mining base here, it isn't entirely impossible to harvest the ore. Guild leader, can we really mine here? Anticipation burned in Aqua Rose's eyes as she looked at Xiaofan. Nowadays, fire-resistance weapons and equipment were in high demand since the various large guilds had realized how necessary these items were to their development. If Zero Wing could harvest the source fire vein, it would definitely increase the guild's development speed. Given enough time, Zero Wing's members wouldn't be limited to operating near Silverwing town. They could freely explore the Ore Empire and cross swords with the Ore Empire's evil god's temple. They had long since grown tired of the evil god's temple's antics by this point. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.